Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. My name's Elise, and even now, looking back on it, I can't tell you exactly what happened at that birthday party. Trust me, I've tried. I've rolled it around in my head 100 different ways, trying to make sense of something that just won't click into place. I don't expect anyone to believe me, not fully anyway, but I'm going to put it all out here, step by step, and maybe by the end I'll find some explanation that makes sense. Maybe I won't. Probably not. This all started on my daughter Ava's 8th birthday. Ava's not the kind of kid who makes a fuss about birthdays. She's shy, careful, always thinking before she speaks. When she asked for a big party, something we'd never really done before, I thought maybe it was her way of stepping out of her shell, of telling me she was finally ready to open up a bit more. How could I say no to that? We went all out, streamers, balloons, glittering pink and gold everywhere. Ava had picked a unicorn theme, and I'd stayed up half the night before decorating cupcakes, hanging banners, and setting up games in the backyard. We invited every kid from her class. 17 children, plus Ava. I figured some wouldn't show, but they all did. That should have made me happy. But then, around halfway through the party, a man I'd never seen before walked through the front gate into the yard, holding the hand of a little girl. At first glance, he seemed perfectly ordinary tall, neatly dressed in a polo shirt and khakis, the kind of guy who could blend in anywhere. But something felt off. Not dangerous exactly, just out of place. I know every parent from Ava's class by face, if not by name. I didn't know him. I didn't know her. He smiled politely, almost apologetically, as he approached. "Hey, I'm so sorry we're late," he said. His voice was soft, neutral. "She's from another section of the school. Hope you don't mind her joining." I paused, looking down at the girl. She had dark hair, pale skin, and eyes so deep set I couldn't tell if they were brown or black. She didn't smile. She didn't even seem nervous. She just stood there, holding the man's hand loosely, staring directly past me. "What's your name, sweetheart?" I asked. She looked up at the man briefly, as if waiting for permission. He squeezed her hand and nodded, but she still didn't speak. "She's shy," he said, smoothly stepping in. "First party in a while." Something inside me hesitated. Something told me to ask more questions, to press further. But behind me, the children were laughing, and music was playing, and the day felt too bright, too ordinary, for me to make a scene. I didn't want to embarrass her, or Ava. So I nodded. "Of course, she's welcome. There's cake and games." The man smiled again, gentle, detached. "Perfect. I'll be back for her after the party. Thanks so much." And then he was gone, back out the gate and down the driveway. I watched him leave, feeling oddly unsettled, but forcing it aside. When I turned around, the girl had already walked away, drifting silently towards the others. She never joined in the games, didn't eat cake, didn't even speak, really, just hovered quietly near Ava. Once, when they sat together on the edge of the trampoline, I noticed Ava leaning toward her, whispering something. The girl didn't move, didn't even seem to blink as she listened. Ava giggled nervously, looked at me, and then quickly looked away again. I let it go. Later, as parents arrived to pick up their kids, the yard began to empty out. I started tidying up, collecting paper plates and half-empty cups. Ava wandered over, tugging at my shirt. "Mom, where's the girl?" I glanced around. She wasn't there. I assumed her dad had picked her up quietly, slipping back out as unnoticed as he'd arrived. "I guess she left, sweetie." Ava's face scrunched up, looking puzzled. She didn't even say bye. We went inside, exhausted, ready to collapse into bed after a long, chaotic day. As I tucked Ava in, she pulled me close. Her eyes looked strange, too wide, too serious. "Mom," she whispered. "She said something weird." I leaned in closer. "Who, Ava?" "The girl. She asked if she could come back when I'm alone next time." A cold ripple went through me, sudden and sharp. I tried to keep my voice calm. "Did she say why?" Ava shook her head, burrowing deeper into her blankets. She said it quietly, like a secret. She told me not to tell, but I got scared. I kissed her forehead, smoothing her hair back gently. "It's okay, baby. You don't have to worry about it. She probably just wants to play again." But even as I said it, I didn't believe myself. I stayed by Ava's bed long after she fell asleep, watching her breathe, feeling a tightness in my chest I couldn't explain. Later that night, I checked the security camera footage. We have a small camera by the front door installed years ago, after some mail got stolen. I hadn't thought about it all day, too busy with everything else. But now I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something wasn't right. I rewound the footage, scanning quickly until I found the exact moment before guests arrived. And there she was, standing perfectly still at the end of the driveway. Alone, no car, no parent. Just her, tiny and motionless, her eyes fixed blankly ahead. She didn't fidget, didn't pace, didn't even shift her weight from foot to foot. She stood there for 10 straight minutes, frozen, like she was waiting for some signal I couldn't see. When Ava woke up the next morning, the first thing she said was, "My doll is gone." We searched everywhere. Under the bed, in the closet, behind the couch. Nothing. But on Ava's nightstand, exactly where she'd left the doll, there was something else, a small folded piece of paper. My hands shook as I opened it, reading the neat, childlike handwriting. "I had fun. My name's Elise, and as I write this down, trying to figure out exactly where things went wrong, exactly who that little girl was, I still don't have answers. Just questions, endless questions. But one thing I know for certain. She was never invited. She never left the way she came in. And whoever, or whatever she was, I have the horrible feeling that she's not done yet." The days after Ava's party weren't right. Not dramatically wrong, not police cars and neighbors whispering at the mailbox kind of wrong, just quietly off. Like when you wake up and the house feels empty, even though you know someone's home. Like when the radio slips between stations and you hear 2 songs overlapping, never fully catching either. Ava wasn't sleeping well. She didn't tell me directly, but I could see it, the heaviness under her eyes, the way she rubbed at her wrists distractedly when she thought I wasn't looking. Normally, Ava was bright in the mornings, chatty over breakfast and fussy about her toast crusts. But suddenly she became withdrawn, picking silently at her cereal, stirring loops and stars in circles until they turned soggy. At first I chalked it up to the aftermath of the party. Maybe it had overwhelmed her, I thought, or maybe the strange little girl had unsettled her more than she'd let on. But it didn't fade the way things usually do for kids. Instead, it hung around this strange mood, thick and quiet, clouding over her like a shadow. I tried talking about it once, gently, as we brushed our teeth together one night. Ava looked up into the mirror, mouth half full of foam, and just shook her head. She spit carefully into the sink, wiped her mouth, and climbed into bed without another word. Her silence spoke louder than anything else. Then the doll showed up again. It was a Thursday afternoon, nearly a week since the party. I'd just gotten home from picking Ava up at school. She'd gone straight to her room, like she had every day that week, door closed tight behind her. It broke my heart to see her withdrawing into herself again, but I decided to give her some space, to trust she'd talk when she was ready. I was unpacking groceries when I heard her bedroom door slam open, then footsteps pounding down the stairs. She burst into the kitchen, pale and breathless, her eyes wide with panic. "It's back, Mom," she said, voice shaking. "My doll. She put it back." I stopped mid-motion, still clutching a half-empty milk carton. "Who put it back, Ava?" Her lower lip trembled slightly. "I don't know, but it's sitting right in the middle of my bed." I set the milk down and took her hand, forcing myself to breathe slowly. "Let's go see." Her room felt smaller somehow, colder too, despite the afternoon sun filtering through the curtains. And Ava was right. Her doll, the missing one, was sitting upright on the bedspread, placed with careful precision, legs crossed, hands neatly folded in its lap. "Maybe you forgot you found it," I said softly, not believing my own words. Ava shot me a look, almost angry. I backed down immediately. "Sorry, I know you didn't." Ava wouldn't step into the room, hanging back at the doorway, as if the doll itself might jump out at her. "She did it, Mom. She said she would." I felt that cold feeling again, the one that had settled in my stomach since the party. "When did she say that, Ava?" "At the party." Ava swallowed hard. "When we were alone, she said she liked my dolls and she wanted one. I didn't say yes. I didn't say anything." "Did she take it that day?" Ava shrugged helplessly. "I don't know. Maybe." She kept looking at it, though, like she was deciding something. I walked over to the bed, carefully lifting the doll. It felt normal, soft cloth body, plastic head slightly dented from years of play, but there was a scent on it, something faint and unfamiliar. Not perfume, not dirt, something sharper, like rust or stale water. That night, after Ava finally drifted into a restless sleep, I checked the security footage again. There was nothing unusual at first, just the normal blur of activity. Ava and me leaving, returning, mail delivery, passing cars. But at exactly 3:32 p.m., about an hour before we got home, the camera flickered. Static ran across the image, gray bars pulsing and distorting the picture for exactly 6 seconds. Then, just as suddenly, it cleared again, and the front porch was empty. I replayed it 3 times, each time feeling my throat tighten a little more. It wasn't proof of anything, not exactly, but it wasn't right either. I couldn't shake the feeling that the little girl or whoever had brought her had come back. Over the next few days, I caught Ava talking quietly to herself, not like a normal kid inventing stories, but low, urgent whispers, like she was trying to convince someone of something. Whenever I stepped closer, she stopped immediately, her small face turning carefully blank. She started drawing too. Ava had always loved to draw, but now her sketches took on an eerie repetition, page after page of stick figures standing perfectly still, hands clasped in front, eyes wide and empty. Always drawn the same way, always one slightly apart from the others. "Who's this, honey?" I asked one night, pointing to the lone figure. Ava looked at the page briefly, her eyes flat. "You know who it is." She didn't say more. She didn't have to. I began waking up in the middle of the night, certain I'd heard footsteps in the hallway. But whenever I checked, the house stood silent and empty, Ava fast asleep, curled tightly beneath her covers. One night I stayed up, sitting quietly in my room with the door cracked open, waiting. For hours, nothing happened. Just the ticking of the hallway clock and the faint hum of the fridge downstairs. Then, just past 2 in the morning, Ava's bedroom door creaked slowly open. I held my breath, watching as she stepped into the hallway, walking slowly and deliberately toward the stairs. Her movements were stiff, oddly mechanical, as though she wasn't fully awake or in control of herself. "Ava," I whispered. She didn't respond, didn't pause, just kept moving steadily, down the stairs, her small silhouette swallowed by the darkness below. I followed quietly, my heart pounding as I reached the bottom step. Ava stood by the front door, facing it, her small hand pressed gently against the wood, head tilted slightly as though listening to someone I couldn't see. "Honey," I said, my voice trembling slightly, "who's there?" Ava didn't turn around, but her voice was clear when she answered. "She says she had fun. She wants to play again." The door handle rattled gently beneath her fingertips, like something outside was testing it. My breath caught sharply. My whole body went rigid as I stepped forward, pulling Ava gently back. "Come on, sweetheart," I whispered, forcing calmness into my voice. "Come upstairs with Mommy." But as I pulled her away, I felt at the door rattling softly again, persistent but patient. Whoever was outside wasn't ready to leave just yet. Neither was Ava. The next morning, everything felt off kilter. The house looked the same, but it felt different, like waking up in a hotel room that's identical to yours, except you know something isn't quite right. After the night I'd had, I couldn't stop watching Ava, trying to decide if she seemed okay. She ate her cereal quietly, kept her eyes lowered, avoided my attempts at small talk, and carefully scooted her spoon around until the cereal turned to mush. When she finally spoke, her voice was small and hesitant. "Mom?" "Yes, sweetie?" She paused, not looking up. "Am I in trouble?" I leaned closer, trying not to let her see how shaky I felt. "No, Ava. Why would you think that?" She stirred her cereal again, eyes flicking briefly toward me, then away. "You looked scared last night. You never look scared." I wasn't scared. I lied, brushing her hair gently from her face. I just didn't understand what was happening. "Were you sleepwalking?" She shrugged lightly, uncertain. "I don't know. I don't remember going downstairs." "You said someone was at the door," I pressed softly. "Do you remember who?" She hesitated, then shook her head quickly, as if shaking away a thought she didn't want. No, nobody. I didn't push it further. Not yet. She was already retreating into herself, pulling back from something she couldn't or wouldn't explain. After breakfast, I walked her to school, watched until she disappeared inside, then made a quick stop at the hardware store. I bought a new set of deadbolts and a security bar for the sliding glass door. When I got home, I installed them immediately, fingers shaking a little, feeling irrational and paranoid, but also completely justified. Later that afternoon, I called my friend Lisa. She had a daughter in Ava's class and had been at the party. Lisa was reliable, matter of fact, the kind of person who saw through everything. I trusted her judgment, and honestly, I needed someone else to tell me if I was going crazy. Lisa answered on the third ring. "Hey, Elise, everything okay?" I took a breath, steadied myself. Sort of. Listen, the party last weekend, you remember that girl who showed up with her dad? There was a pause on her end. Which girl? My stomach dropped slightly. The one nobody recognized. Dark hair, quiet, showed up late. Another pause, longer this time. Then Lisa spoke slowly, like choosing each word carefully. "Elise, honey, I don't know who you're talking about. There weren't any unfamiliar kids. I stayed the whole party." My throat tightened. "No, Lisa, there was a girl. Her father dropped her off. You have to remember." "Elise," she said gently, "are you feeling okay? I mean, it was chaotic with so many kids, but I swear I didn't see anyone like that." We exchanged a few more awkward pleasantries and hung up. I stood in the kitchen for a long time afterward, gripping my phone too tightly, heart racing. I knew what I'd seen, who I'd seen. The child had been there, clear as daylight, but somehow no one else remembered her at all. Later that evening, after Ava was safely in bed, I watched the security footage again. This time, I paid closer attention, rewinding slowly through the hours before and after the party, looking for anything unusual, any small detail I'd overlooked. But every frame looked exactly the same, exactly how I remembered. Except for one thing. When the camera flickered again, I paused and leaned closer. I moved through it frame by frame, and just as the static cleared, in the corner of the footage something shifted slightly at the edge of the porch. At first glance, it looked like nothing, a shadow maybe, or a leaf blowing past. But when I replayed it slowly, I saw clearly what it was. A small, pale hand reaching briefly into frame, like it was touching the railing. My breathing quickened. I played the footage again and again. The more I watched it, the more certain I was. It was a child's hand, reaching, testing, then pulling away. Never fully stepping into view. I shut the laptop abruptly, heart pounding. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, Ava stayed home. She complained of a headache and a stomach ache, and I didn't question it. She stayed in bed, quiet, withdrawn, coloring those same strange drawings, row after row of silent figures, eyes empty and staring straight ahead. I called the school, told them Ava was sick, and then spent the morning pacing, checking the locks repeatedly, feeling trapped inside my own home. I considered going somewhere else, a hotel, my sister's place out of state, but something inside me resisted. Running felt like admitting I was scared, and admitting I was scared felt like giving whatever this was more power. Around noon, Ava wandered downstairs quietly, clutching her sketch pad tightly to her chest. She stood in the kitchen doorway, hesitant, shifting from one foot to the other. "Mom?" I set down my coffee, forcing a calm smile. "Yeah, honey? Do you think she's coming back?" I swallowed, throat dry. "Who?" "You know who," she whispered. Her voice was almost pleading. "The girl. The one who took my doll." My hands felt cold. "I don't know, Ava, but she can't get in. I made sure." She stared at me, eyes wide, solemn, too knowing for her age. Locks won't stop her. Something in her tone sent a chill through me, deeper than anything before. "Why would you say that?" Ava hesitated, then placed her sketch pad carefully on the kitchen table, flipping it open to a page near the back. The drawing was darker this time, more detailed. It showed our house, sketched roughly in pencil, but standing at the edge of the yard was a small figure. She'd drawn her with dark hair, black eyes staring directly forward. Her feet hovered slightly above the ground. Underneath, Ava had written 3 words in shaky letters. "She's already here." "Ava," I whispered, "what does this mean?" She shook her head, eyes watery. "I don't know. I didn't mean to draw that." I knelt down, pulling her close. "It's okay, sweetheart. It's going to be okay." But even as I held her, even as I spoke comforting words, I barely believed myself. I glanced at the drawing again. That small, silent figure floating above the ground, staring at us from the page. That afternoon, I called Lisa again, asked if Ava could stay at her house overnight. I didn't explain fully, but Lisa agreed immediately, sensing my desperation. I packed Ava's overnight bag carefully, kissed her forehead, and watched Lisa drive her away. Then I sat in the empty house, alone, watching shadows lengthen along the walls, listening carefully to every sound, and waiting for whatever was already there. After Lisa drove away with Ava, the house suddenly felt emptier than I ever remembered it. Not quiet exactly, I could still hear the fridge humming, the soft creak of old floorboards, the distant ticking of the hallway clock, but hollow, like it was holding its breath along with me, waiting for something to happen. I spent the first hour just pacing. The rooms felt different now, bigger somehow, colder. I kept glancing at Ava's drawings, scattered across the table, reminding myself that I'd made the right choice sending her away, even if I still couldn't explain why. As the evening dragged on, I cleaned the kitchen 3 separate times, reorganized the bookshelf, then went upstairs to change Ava's sheets. It was mindless work, something to keep my hands busy and my thoughts quiet, even though it didn't really help. Eventually, I sat down on the edge of her bed, running my hands over the pink cotton sheets, feeling oddly guilty, like I'd let her down somehow, even though I knew that didn't make sense. Just after 10, Lisa called to tell me Ava had fallen asleep watching a movie. "She's okay," Lisa said gently. "You sound like you needed to hear that." "I did," I admitted quietly. "Thanks." "You sure you're all right, Elise?" I hesitated. "Not really, but it's not something I can explain." Lisa paused. "You can try." But I couldn't, not without sounding insane. "Maybe later," I finally said, and ended the call. By 11:30, the house felt unbearably still. I stood in the kitchen, considering making tea. then decided it was pointless and just headed upstairs instead. Every sound felt louder as I climbed the stairs, the floorboards creaking sharply, the faint scrape of branches against the window. At the top I hesitated, listening hard. The house had settled into complete silence now, and it felt heavy, oppressive, like the air itself was thickening. I walked slowly toward Ava's room again, pulled by a vague but insistent feeling. The door was open just slightly, exactly how I'd left it, but something about that narrow gap felt wrong, like a breath held too long. I pushed the door wider, stepping carefully inside. The first thing I noticed was the chill. The air felt damp, heavier than it should have, almost stale, as if someone had left a window open after a storm. I moved to the window quickly, double-checking the lock, but it was secure. Turning back to the room, I noticed something else immediately. Ava's doll, the one that had vanished and returned, was no longer on her bed where I'd left it. Instead, it sat upright in the small rocking chair in the corner, angled slightly toward me. Its plastic eyes stared blankly forward, empty and glassy, reflecting the dim moonlight from the window. My chest tightened. Slowly, forcing myself to stay calm, I approached the doll. As I picked it up, it felt oddly heavy, denser, colder somehow. Without thinking, I flipped it over, turning it in my hands. That's when I saw it. On the doll's back, barely visible in the dimness, were 3 faint scratches, thin, parallel lines, like they'd been carved delicately with something sharp. They weren't random. They looked deliberate, purposeful. My breath caught in my throat. I stared at them for a long moment, trying desperately to convince myself they were meaningless. A child's careless play, but something deep inside me knew better. I set the doll down carefully, fighting back a wave of panic, and stepped away. I didn't want to stay in that room any longer, but I also didn't want to leave it unwatched. So I found myself retreating just enough to sit in the hallway, my back against the wall, eyes never fully leaving Ava's door. I wasn't sure exactly what I expected to see, but I knew I couldn't sleep. The hours stretched endlessly, slipping past midnight, then 1, then 2, the house stubbornly quiet, until I finally began drifting into a restless, half-awake state. Not quite sleeping, not quite awake, caught somewhere between exhaustion and hyper-awareness. That's when I heard it. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct, a soft rustling sound, coming from somewhere downstairs, like fabric brushing against furniture. Instantly awake, my heart started hammering. I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound continued, steady, deliberate, rhythmic. Slowly, I rose to my feet and moved toward the stairs. Each step felt shaky beneath me, like walking on ice that could crack at any moment. The rustling grew clearer as I reached the bottom step. It was coming from the living room. As I rounded the corner, I froze. The television, which I'd left off all evening, was on, muted, casting shifting colors across the walls. But it wasn't the TV that held my attention. Sitting in the center of the couch was Ava's doll. Upright, arms neatly positioned, facing the blank screen. I felt a sharp spike of fear, but before I could move, the doll shifted slightly. It didn't fall, it didn't topple, it moved as if adjusting itself. Then the screen flickered abruptly, static hissing softly through the silence. I took a half step forward, pulse racing, ready to snatch the doll and throw it outside or burn it, anything, but suddenly the static cut out completely, replaced by a steady, high-pitched ringing. And then, very softly, from behind me, I heard Ava's voice. "Mommy?" I whipped around, heart nearly stopping, but the room behind me was empty. No Ava, just shadows, empty chairs, and silence. I rushed through the house, checking every room, every door, every lock. Ava wasn't there. Of course she wasn't. She was safely at Lisa's, miles away. But I had heard her voice clearly, unmistakably, calling to me. Shaking badly, I called Lisa immediately. She answered on the first ring, sleep thick in her voice. "Elise, it's almost 3. What's wrong?" "Lisa, is Ava okay? Please check her." I heard movement, then Lisa murmured softly, "She's right here, Elise. She's asleep. She's fine." I exhaled sharply, relief and confusion mingling painfully. Thank God. Sorry, Lisa. I must have dreamed something. "Go to sleep," Lisa said gently. "Ava's fine. You're exhausted." After hanging up, I stood in the darkened living room, watching the doll again. It was motionless now, lifeless plastic and cloth once more, its eyes reflecting nothing. But just before I turned away, I saw something else, something subtle enough that I nearly missed it entirely. Its head tilted slightly, just a fraction, toward the window, towards something outside. Slowly, I moved to the window, peering into the dark yard beyond. There, just beyond the porch railing, standing silently in the moonlight, was the little girl from the party. She stood perfectly still, her eyes dark and unblinking, looking directly at me. And behind her, just beyond the light, a taller shadow waited, watching quietly, patiently. They had come back. And this time, Ava wasn't here to distract them. This time they had come for me. I stood frozen at the window, barely breathing, heart racing so hard I could feel it in my throat. The girl stood perfectly still, hands loose at her sides, staring directly at me through the glass. Behind her, the taller figure, just a shadowy outline, waited patiently, half hidden in darkness. They didn't move. Neither did I. We just watched each other silently, caught in a tense, fragile moment. I had no idea how long we stayed like that, a minute, 5 minutes, but finally, the taller figure shifted slightly, melting back into the shadows. Then the girl turned slowly, calmly, and began to walk away. I watched her retreat until the darkness swallowed her completely. Then I sank onto the couch, trembling. My mind scrambled desperately, trying to piece together what had just happened, why it had happened, and who or what was behind this. I'd never believed in ghosts or demons, never given much thought to anything supernatural, but now, the calm certainty I'd always felt about reality had cracked. Something had come to my house, something not quite right, something that wanted Ava. Or wanted me. I didn't sleep again that night, couldn't even consider it. Instead, I sat rigid on the couch, clutching Ava's doll, now limp and cold again, half expecting to see it move, half convinced I'd finally lost my mind completely. By morning, the house felt drained, as if something had finally let go. Sunlight spilled weakly through the blinds, making the shadows retreat, and for a few minutes, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. almost. Then Lisa texted me, asking if Ava was staying another night. I stared at the message, trying to decide how to reply. My first instinct was to bring Ava home, keep her close, never let her out of my sight again. But another part of me, deep, primal, protective, insisted that Ava was safer away from whatever was happening here. I told Lisa to keep her one more night. Then I called my mom. My mom has always been practical, never superstitious, always steady. She listened without interrupting as I poured everything out. The party, the girl, the drawings, Ava's sleepwalking, the doll moving, and the figures outside. When I finished, there was a long silence. "Elise," she finally said, her voice carefully neutral, "have you considered calling the police?" "To say what, Mom? That a doll moved by itself? That a child nobody else remembers showed up at Ava's birthday party?" My voice cracked slightly. "They'll think I'm crazy." She sighed gently. "I believe you, Elise. I don't understand it, but I believe you. Maybe it's time you came home for a bit, both you and Ava." Part of me wanted to say yes, immediately, to pack our things and leave everything behind, but the other part, stubborn, frightened, determined, resisted. Leaving felt too much like giving in, admitting that whatever this was had beaten me. "I'll think about it," I promised quietly, then ended the call. As the afternoon wore on, I cleaned obsessively. It wasn't logical, but it helped, gave me something to control, something concrete to focus on. Every window, every door frame, every inch of Ava's room got scrubbed until my knuckles hurt and the scent of bleach filled the house. When the sun began to set, anxiety coiled tighter in my stomach. The idea of spending another night alone was unbearable, but bringing Ava back here felt reckless. I found myself trapped between two impossible choices. Eventually, the need to see Ava overpowered my fear. I texted Lisa, thanked her again, and said I'd come by in the morning to pick her up. Then, with nothing left to do but wait, I turned every light in the house on, curled up on the couch, and stared blankly at the TV. I must have dozed off, because the sudden knocking startled me awake. For a split second I thought maybe Lisa had brought Ava home early, but when I looked at the clock, it was past midnight. Heart pounding, I slowly approached the front door, peering cautiously through the peephole. Nobody there. I waited, ears straining. The house remained silent. Then the knock came again, not from the front door this time, but from the back, softer and steadier, almost rhythmic. I moved quietly toward the kitchen, pulse hammering in my ears, breathing shallow and quick. Through the kitchen window, I could just make out a shadowy outline standing on the back porch, too small for an adult, motionless in the pale glow from the porch light. My chest tightened painfully. "Who's there?" I called, voice shaking slightly. No response, just the soft, patient knocking again. I stood there, paralyzed, torn between opening the door and running away. After several agonizing seconds, the knocking stopped abruptly. The shadow stepped backward slowly, calmly, until it disappeared beyond the reach of the porch light. For a moment, nothing moved. Then I felt something behind me, a faint rustle, a whisper of air. My heart nearly stopped as I spun around. Ava's doll was sitting on the kitchen table now, facing the window. I felt dizzy, disoriented, like reality was slipping away. Grabbing the doll roughly, I marched straight to the trash can, shoved it inside, and slammed the lid shut, breathing heavily. Just as I stepped back, the porch light flickered once, twice, then went dark completely. The house plunged into sudden, suffocating darkness. My breath caught painfully. I stumbled backward, feeling blindly for my phone, but before I could reach it, I heard footsteps, small, careful footsteps moving slowly toward the back door. And then, very quietly, the back door handle rattled again, gently testing the lock. I held my breath, frozen in place, praying the locks would hold. Then, from just outside the door, I heard a voice. A child's voice, soft, calm, and eerily familiar. "Can I come in now?" I recognized it instantly, the little girl from Ava's party. "No," I whispered, barely able to speak. "Please, just leave." A pause, then she spoke again, closer this time, almost against the glass. "But she invited me." My body shook violently. No, she didn't. You have to go." For a moment, there was silence, long and heavy. Then, in a softer, stranger tone, the girl replied, "She will, though, soon." I waited, frozen, but no more sounds came. Eventually, I forced myself to move, stumbling to the phone, calling Lisa again in a panic. Lisa answered, sleepy and confused, but quickly sensed my terror. "Ava's right here, Elise," she reassured me. "She's sleeping. Nothing's happened here." "Please don't let her out of your sight," I pleaded. "Just please." "I won't," Lisa promised. "I'm right here." After hanging up, I sank to the kitchen floor, sobbing softly, shaking uncontrollably. I knew now, with terrifying certainty, that whatever this thing was, whatever it wanted, it wasn't done. Not with Ava. And not with me. By dawn, I knew exactly what I had to do. The sun rose slow and pale, its weak light chasing the shadows away inch by careful inch. It didn't calm me, exactly, but it gave me just enough clarity to finally make a decision. I had tried ignoring it, tried rationalizing it, tried running from it. None of that had worked. So now I was going to face it head on. After making sure Ava was safe still with Lisa, who agreed without hesitation to keep her as long as necessary, I spent the morning going through the house methodically, looking for anything out of place. Anything strange or left behind. The doll stayed in the trash, unmoving now, just another piece of unwanted garbage, though I half expected it to turn up again somewhere else. It didn't. I searched every corner, every closet, every drawer. I felt ridiculous, paranoid, driven by something I still couldn't fully name or understand, but I had to try. By late morning, the house felt stripped bare, emptied of secrets. I stood in the middle of Ava's room one last time, looking around at all the familiar things, her stuffed animals lined neatly on shelves, her books carefully stacked, and her drawings, the unsettling ones, still scattered across her desk. Then my eyes fell on something tucked between the mattress and the bed frame, something small, pale, nearly invisible. My heart skipped painfully as I reached slowly toward it, fingertips brushing against the thin edge of paper. Carefully, I pulled it out. It was another note, folded neatly just like before. My hand shook slightly as I opened it, revealing handwriting that matched the first note Ava had found. She said yes. My stomach twisted, sick and tight. I felt like screaming, like collapsing, like breaking down entirely, but instead, I folded the note carefully and slipped it into my pocket, feeling oddly calm now. Whatever was happening, whatever this girl or thing was, it had chosen us for a reason, and I was determined to find out why. That afternoon, I drove straight to Ava's school, asked quietly if I could speak privately to Mrs. Carter, Ava's teacher. She took one look at my face and immediately led me into a small office down the hall, closing the door gently behind us. "Elise," she began softly, "is everything okay? Ava hasn't seemed herself lately." "I know," I said, voice strained. "Have you ever seen Ava with a girl from another class, dark-haired, quiet, someone nobody seems to recognize?" Mrs. Carter paused, brow furrowed, thinking carefully. "I don't think so, no. Ava mostly keeps to herself. She's been even quieter than usual since the party, actually." "Do you remember her talking about anyone new?" I asked, desperate now. "Anyone at all? Someone she might have invited privately?" She shook her head slowly. "I'm sorry, Elise. I haven't noticed anything like that. Ava hasn't mentioned anyone." Defeated, I thanked her and left, feeling emptier than ever. I sat in my car, gripping the steering wheel tightly, fighting the urge to cry, to scream in frustration. But as the minutes ticked by, something slowly crystallized in my mind. It didn't matter where the girl came from or why nobody remembered her. She was real enough for us. And now, Ava had unknowingly invited her in. That night, I brought Ava home. Lisa tried to convince us to stay longer, but I felt strongly that we couldn't avoid this forever. Ava held my hand tightly as we stepped inside, her eyes nervously scanning every corner, as if she expected something to leap out at us from the shadows. The house was silent, though, almost unnaturally so. I cooked dinner quietly, Ava barely touching her food. When bedtime came, I sat beside her on the bed, gently brushing her hair away from her face. She looked up at me solemnly, her eyes too serious for an 8-year-old. "Mom," she said softly, "she's going to come back tonight. I know it." I took a slow breath, steadied my voice. "I know, sweetie." Ava stared at me, surprised. "You do?" "Yes," I said calmly, squeezing her hand. "And when she does, I'm going to talk to her. You don't have to worry anymore." She hesitated, eyes wide with worry. "But she wants me, Mom." "She can't have you," I whispered, kissing her forehead. "I promise." She fell asleep eventually, exhausted by fear and worry, curled tightly beneath the blankets. I sat beside her bed in the dark, listening closely to every creak, every whisper of the house settling around us, waiting. It was nearly 2 a.m. when the knocking came again, soft but unmistakable, this time at Ava's bedroom window. My heart leapt into my throat, but I forced myself to stand calmly, crossing to the window slowly. And there she was, standing perfectly still in the moonlight, dark eyes staring directly into mine. I opened the window slowly, just a few inches, my voice trembling slightly. "What do you want?" She tilted her head gently, considering me, her expression flat and empty. "To play," she finally said softly. "You can't," I whispered firmly. "Not here. Not with Ava. You need to leave." She shook her head slightly, almost sadly. "I can't. She already said yes. No, I insisted, heart pounding. I'm her mother. She didn't understand what she was agreeing to. It doesn't count. The girl stepped closer, face pressed near the glass, but she meant it. Please, I whispered, desperate. Just leave her alone. She paused again, long enough for my pulse to hammer painfully in my chest. Then she spoke quietly, almost thoughtfully. I could take something else instead. I froze. What do you mean? She met my gaze steadily. You could say yes instead. That's fair. My stomach clenched violently, but as I glanced back toward Ava's bed, peaceful in sleep, untouched for now, I knew instantly there was no choice, not really. Yes, I whispered, voice breaking slightly. If you leave Ava alone, I'll say yes. For the first time she smiled gently, softly, as if relieved. Then, without another word, she stepped away from the window and disappeared into the darkness. Immediately, the room felt lighter, clearer somehow. When I turned around, Ava stirred slightly, eyes opening halfway. Mommy? Go back to sleep, sweetheart, I whispered, leaning over and kissing her gently. She sighed softly, turning back over, instantly peaceful again. I sat quietly beside her bed until dawn finally broke, bright and clear, washing the shadows fully away. After that night, everything changed. Ava began sleeping soundly again, her eyes brighter, her laughter returning slowly. The house felt normal again, safe, warm, like a nightmare finally lifted. But I knew better. Because from that night on, whenever I'm alone, I feel it, the quiet, watchful presence somewhere nearby, waiting patiently. Ava never mentions her again, as if the girl never existed. But I remember. And I understand now. Because whatever that girl was, she kept her promise. She left Ava alone. And now, every night, when the house settles quietly into sleep, I wait calmly, patiently, for the soft knocking to come again. Because she wasn't finished. Not with Ava, and certainly not with me. She's simply waiting, and I've already said yes. This happened 3 summers ago, and I still won't go anywhere near that side of town. Even driving past the plant gives me that weird, back-of-the-neck feeling now. I know how that sounds. I wouldn't believe me either if I hadn't been there, if I hadn't seen the footage with my own eyes. But I did. And I wish I never had. So, the tunnel. It's a real place. Half the kids from my high school knew about it. There's this old water treatment plant on the edge of town, right where the trail turns to gravel and dips behind that little hill next to the abandoned substation. You can find the tunnel entrance about 20 feet past the last chain-link fence. It's not marked, but everyone who's been there knows what you're looking for. The tunnel's short, narrow, and barely tall enough to walk upright in maybe 6 feet at most. It's lined with concrete, and water drips from somewhere overhead, constantly. The air inside always smells like metal and mildew, and you can hear your own footsteps echo ahead of you like they're trying to warn you not to keep going. I'd heard stories, obviously. Everyone had. The usual: some kid saw something in there, don't go past the halfway mark, someone disappeared back in the 90s. Stuff that sounded like exaggeration or older kids trying to scare the new ones. But people kept going back. It was a dare thing. You know how that works. Show you've got nerve. Walk the whole thing alone, record it, prove you did it. Derek was the one who took it seriously. He was a quiet kid, not antisocial or anything, just the kind of guy who didn't make a lot of noise. He was in my grade, but we only started hanging out the year this happened because of a shared elective. Film and media, that's important by the way. He was obsessed with documenting things, always filming, always editing little projects no one asked for. I thought it was cool, actually. Gave him something to focus on. That summer, he decided to do the tunnel, not just walk it, film it, edit it, and turn it into a short documentary, he said. Something serious but local, whatever that meant. He had a basic GoPro, the kind you can strap to your chest or helmet. He borrowed a flashlight from his dad and asked if I wanted to come with him to shoot the entry and exit for contrast. You don't have to go in, he said. Just wait on the other side. It'll take like 15 minutes max. I said yes. I didn't really believe any of the stories, and it sounded harmless. We went late in the afternoon, right before sunset. The idea was to catch that last bit of golden light while he filmed his intro. I remember exactly what he wore: gray hoodie, black cargo pants, and those same scuffed Vans he wore everywhere. The GoPro was already recording before we even got to the tunnel. He kept narrating into it, talking about the history of the plant and how the tunnel was likely part of the overflow system or emergency maintenance line. He sounded calm, focused. I waited at the other end like I said I would. It took about 6 minutes before I heard his footsteps coming through the tunnel again, but he didn't come out right away. I called his name, half joking. Derek? Silence. Then his voice echoed back, weirdly flat. Yeah. He came out a few seconds later, squinting into the light like he'd just stepped off a plane. His face looked pale. I figured maybe the tunnel freaked him out more than he'd expected. You good? I asked. He nodded but didn't say anything. Just walked past me and sat on the grass, taking off the camera like it was heavier than it should have been. I didn't press. We chilled for another 10 minutes, then walked back to my car. He didn't upload the footage that night. In fact, he didn't say anything about it for 2 days. When I finally asked him if he watched it yet, he just texted me back, "Yeah, you should see it." I went over that evening. His laptop was already open on his desk, the GoPro file queued up. He didn't say much, just hit play and stood behind me. The first few minutes were what I expected him: walking, narrating, light bouncing off the tunnel walls. You could hear water dripping, the steady beat of his footsteps. It felt claustrophobic even on screen. Then, somewhere around the halfway point, he stopped walking. The camera tilted slightly like he'd turned to look behind him. That's when the echo started. Footsteps, behind him. But the tunnel was straight, no place to hide, no other entrances. I know because I checked the blueprints myself later, and no one else had gone in. The footsteps kept going for a few seconds, then silence. The camera panned back toward the end of the tunnel. He stood still for another beat, then turned and kept walking. The weird part? He never looked scared in the video, just confused. But when I looked up at him standing behind me, he wasn't confused anymore. He looked rattled. "Go back," he said. I rewound it to where the footsteps started. This time he pointed. "Pause it, right there." I did, and he leaned over, slowly moved the cursor frame by frame. It was right before he turned back to the entrance, only 2 or 3 frames total. But there, behind him, maybe 20 feet back, was something. I still don't know what it was. The frame was blurry, obviously. It wasn't a full figure, just part of something tall, pale, and shaped wrong. No clear face, no details. Just presence. It looked like it was standing at an angle that didn't make sense, like it was pressed against the side of the wall but also facing forward. And it was gone by the next frame. I turned and looked at him. "You didn't see that when you were inside?" He shook his head. "I didn't hear anything either, not at that part." It took us both a second to really absorb that. He heard footsteps, but they didn't happen in real time, only on the video. We didn't post it. I know everyone always says that, but we really didn't. We kept it between us, maybe 2 others, and even those guys thought it was a prank. A week later, one of them, Aaron, disappeared. Aaron wasn't the type of person to just disappear. That's what made it so weird at first. He was loud, cocky, and always online. The kind of guy who commented on every group chat meme within 5 seconds and updated his Snapchat story when he so much as reheated a slice of pizza. So when nobody had heard from him in a day, it stood out immediately. At first, people just assumed his phone was dead, or that he was pulling some dramatic off-the-grid thing for attention. But then, his mom started asking around. Apparently, he hadn't come home the night before, and when she checked his room the next morning, his bed hadn't been slept in. Still, it wasn't until the second day that people started actually worrying. That's when the missing posters went up. That's when the cops got involved. They questioned everyone. I told them the truth. I hadn't seen him since the weekend before, when we all hung out behind the gas station, like we always did. They asked if anything had seemed off about him lately. I said no, even though I knew something was off. Just not with him. See, Aaron was one of the 2 people Derek and I showed the footage to. We didn't make a big deal out of it. We weren't trying to scare anyone. But we'd been freaked out, and we wanted a second opinion, someone who'd either confirm what we saw or tell us we were overreacting. So we showed it to Aaron and this other guy, Jake, who's the kind of person that finds every story funny if it doesn't happen to him. They watched the video, we pointed out the frame, and both of them leaned in close, like they were trying to see if it was edited. Jake laughed. Said, "That's just condensation or whatever. You nerds are looking too hard." Aaron didn't laugh, though. He just stared at the paused frame for a while and then said, "If that's fake, it's a damn good fake." And then a few days later, he was gone. I didn't tell the cops about the video, neither did Derek. Not because we were trying to hide something, but because it sounded insane. What would we say? "Oh, by the way, there's a maybe ghost, or something in the tunnel by the old water plant, and we think our friends saw it and then vanished." They'd either laugh or tell us to stop wasting their time. So we said nothing. Instead, we started watching the footage again. Derek pulled up the raw files on his laptop and went frame by frame through the whole tunnel segment. He zoomed in, adjusted contrast, tried every filter he could, I just sat beside him, watching in silence. The frame with the thing in it was still there, still just a blur, still unhelpful, but now, with Aaron gone, it felt heavier, like a warning we didn't understand in time. Derek was quieter than usual. No sarcastic jokes, no running commentary, just a kind of cold, focused silence, like he was trying to solve a math problem that kept changing every time he looked at it. That night, I stayed at his place. Neither of us said why. It just didn't feel right to be alone. We both crashed on the floor of his basement, old sleeping bags, a couple of sodas, and the glow of his laptop looping through tunnel footage in the background. Around 2 a.m, Derek suddenly sat up. I heard something. I froze. What? Just listen. We sat there in the dark, ears straining. The laptop fan hummed softly. A faint drip came from somewhere near the water heater. Then I heard it too. Faint, distant, not in the house. From the laptop speaker. Footsteps. Not loud, not dramatic, just soft, deliberate steps on concrete. Derek rewound the clip 10 seconds, hit play, silence. Then again, tap, tap, tap. He muted it. We looked at each other. I already watched this version earlier, he said. It didn't have that sound. I checked the file's timestamp. It hadn't been modified since 3 days ago. Derek, I said, voice low, that sound wasn't there before. He nodded, eyes wide. I know. We didn't sleep after that. The next morning, Derek didn't say a word when I left. He looked like he hadn't blinked in hours. When I checked my phone around lunchtime, he still hadn't texted. By evening, I drove over to his house again. I wasn't going to wait. Not after Aaron. I rang the bell. No answer. His mom answered on the third knock. He's in the basement. Didn't go to school today. I nodded and told her we were working on a project. When I went downstairs, the lights were off. Just the glow of the screen. The footage was still looping. Derek was sitting cross-legged in front of it, staring like it was feeding him something. He didn't turn when I came in. "You're okay?" I asked. He nodded once. "Derek, you need to stop watching that." He shook his head slowly. "There's something new." I walked over. On screen was a paused frame, one I hadn't seen before. It was at the very end, right as Derek exits the tunnel. Just before the GoPro shakes from him stepping back into daylight. In the shadows behind him, near the entrance, was something different. It wasn't a figure, not exactly, more like a shape, pressed flat against the concrete wall. Not pale this time, darker, textured like wet stone, with what looked like the hint of a long hand or claw just touching the wall, like it was holding itself there, waiting. I backed away. "You're done, man. Turn it off." He didn't move. "Derek." He finally looked at me. His eyes were bloodshot. What if Aaron saw something too? What if it's not about the tunnel anymore? I stared at him. "What are you saying?" "I think watching it does something, like you're not supposed to see it, not just the tunnel, the image." My throat went dry. "Jake saw it too," I said quietly. He nodded. "Text him." I pulled out my phone, texted Jake something simple. "Hey, all good?" No answer. I tried again an hour later. Still nothing. When I checked the group chat, Jake hadn't been active in more than 24 hours. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing that still-frame Derek paused the dark hand against the tunnel wall, like it had been reaching out, and then froze mid-movement. Not moving, not looking. Just waiting. The longer I stared at it, the less it looked like part of the wall. It had shape, texture, a weird curve to the fingers that bent inward too tightly, like they weren't used to being hands, like they were remembering how. The next morning, I tried texting Jake again, just something casual. Yo, you good? No reply. I checked his story. Nothing. Not even one of his usual stupid reposts or screenshots from his Xbox. I texted Derek. He's not answering. A few seconds later, he replied, "Come over." When I got there, his laptop was already set up on the desk again. Same clip playing on a loop. The GoPro footage. Again. I didn't know how he could keep watching it. I'd only seen it twice, and I was already having dreams that felt like waking up in cold water. "What now?" I asked, standing behind him. He didn't turn. "Watch." I leaned over and looked. He had the footage paused again near the beginning this time, just after he steps inside the tunnel. At first, I didn't notice anything different. The flashlight beam bounced around the concrete walls, catching water stains and weird shadows, the usual. Then I saw it, something that hadn't been there before. On the wall to the left, there was a smear, long, thin, almost like a handprint, but not quite. The shape was wrong, like it had too many fingers. "I scrubbed this part already," Derek said quietly. "It wasn't there before." He hit play. The flashlight moved. The smear disappeared. He rewound again, paused it, still there. "It's only visible when paused," he said, "but it wasn't there yesterday." I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. We both knew what it meant. The video was changing. We left the basement around noon and went to get food, even though neither of us was hungry. Just being outside helped. The air felt less heavy, like we'd been holding our breath since watching that first frame. We didn't talk about the footage for a while. We sat in the diner and stared at the menu until the server had to come back twice before we ordered. Eventually, Derek asked, "You think Jake's gone?" I didn't answer right away. "I don't know," I finally said. "I don't want to think that." "But if he is," Derek continued, "then that's two people. Both saw the footage. Both disappeared." I looked down at my plate. We saw it too. He didn't say anything to that. We went back to his place, but neither of us wanted to go inside, so we sat in his backyard instead, on the back steps. The sun was low in the sky, not quite setting, but that same weird stillness had crept into the air, like the day had stopped moving and was waiting for something to happen. "I keep thinking about that night," Derek said suddenly, "when I went through the tunnel." I didn't interrupt. I didn't feel anything when I was in there. Not really. Just off. Like I was being timed. He looked over at me. "But I don't remember turning around." "What do you mean?" He rubbed his face. "That frame, the one where the thing is behind me? I don't remember turning back to look. I don't remember stopping at all." "You think the footage is lying?" "I don't know," he said. "Or maybe I'm forgetting stuff." But I swear, I just walked straight through, no turning, no stopping. We sat there for a long time after that, until the sun dipped below the trees, until the porch light clicked on automatically behind us. That night, I didn't stay over. I told Derek I needed sleep, which wasn't a lie, but also wasn't going to happen. When I got home, my phone buzzed with a new message, unknown number. It was a photo. No text, just an image. It was grainy and dark, like it had been taken with a broken lens. But I knew what it was immediately: the tunnel entrance. The same angle I'd taken when Derek walked in that first time. Only this time, there was someone standing at the edge. Or something. I zoomed in. The shape was tall with no clear face, just arms that hung too long like they were waiting for direction. I didn't respond. I just deleted it, threw my phone across the room, and locked my bedroom door for the first time in months. The next morning, I went back to Derek's. He hadn't slept either. "There's more," he said, before I could sit down. He played the video again, this time from the final few seconds, right as he exits. His camera tilts up slightly, catching the sky for a split second. That part had always been blown out too bright to see anything clearly. But now there was a silhouette, just barely there against the light. Still, centered, watching him leave. "I swear to God it wasn't there yesterday," he said. "It's changing." I didn't doubt him. I didn't say anything. I just sat there, trying to breathe normally. It felt like the more we looked at the footage, the more it looked back, like it knew we were watching and started to show us more, just a little at a time. Not enough to make sense, just enough to keep us afraid. We agreed to stop watching, to delete the footage. Derek said he'd do it that night, wipe the drive, smash the camera. We didn't talk about it again. But the next day, he didn't show up to school. I got the call from Derek's mom around 10 that morning. She asked if I'd seen him, said he hadn't come upstairs all night and wasn't answering his phone. I told her I hadn't talked to him since the night before, and I could tell by the pause on the other end that she was already worried before she dialed. I promised to come over. When I pulled up to the house, her car was still in the driveway, but the blinds were shut. It was quiet in a way that felt wrong, like the air around the place knew something had shifted. She let me in without saying much. Her hair was pulled back, no makeup, slippers instead of shoes. She looked tired in a way I'd never seen before. "He was in the basement," she said, keeping her voice low. "I didn't go down. I figured you'd know what to look for." I nodded, already walking toward the stairs. The basement was exactly how we'd left it 2 nights ago. His sleeping bag was still in the corner. The desk light was on. The laptop was closed. No sign of him. I checked the little window near the ceiling to see if maybe he'd climbed out somehow, even though it was barely wide enough for a backpack. Nothing. His phone was still on the desk. His backpack was on the chair. But he was gone. I opened the laptop and turned it on. I wasn't sure what I expected. Maybe the video was back. Maybe it was still playing, but the desktop was empty. Not just tidy, empty. No icons, no folders, no GoPro footage. He'd deleted everything. I stayed down there for a long time, just staring at the screen like it might flicker and give me a clue. Eventually, I went back upstairs and told his mom I didn't know where he was. I wasn't lying. She nodded slowly and thanked me for coming. I left her standing in the hallway staring at the basement door. I walked home even though I had my bike. Something about being in motion helped. Trees passing, houses passing, the sound of wind, anything that reminded me I was still part of the real world. But it didn't help much, because I knew what this was. That made 3 of us now. Aaron, Jake, Derek. All 3 had watched the footage. All 3 had vanished. And me? I'd watched it too. That night, I didn't turn off the lights. I didn't sleep. I sat in my room with the door locked and a kitchen knife on my lap. Not that it would have helped, but holding something made me feel a little less useless. I kept waiting for something to happen, a knock, a whisper, something at the window. But nothing came, which was somehow worse. The next day, I stayed home from school, told my mom I wasn't feeling great, which was mostly true. I spent the whole day going through Derek's old texts, screenshots, notes. Anything he might have written down, there was nothing. He didn't even leave a message. I thought about the footage again, the way it had changed, the new shapes, the new shadows, that hand on the tunnel wall, the smear, the silhouette in the light. It was like the more we watched, the more it showed us. Like the act of looking gave it permission. And now, even though Derek had deleted the file, I couldn't get it out of my head. I remembered every detail. That's when it hit me. What if remembering was enough? I started checking every reflection in the house, the bathroom mirror, the microwave door, my phone screen when it went black. I stopped watching TV entirely. No more video calls. No more scrolling late at night. Anything with a screen felt like it might show me something if I looked too long. Because whatever this thing was, it wasn't the tunnel anymore. It was the idea of the tunnel, and it was getting clearer. The next day, I biked out to the plant. I don't even know why. Some part of me thought if I just stood in front of the entrance, maybe it would undo something, like putting the needle back on the record, returning the thing to its source. The chain-link fence was still there, sagging a little more than I remembered. The gravel trail past it was mostly overgrown now, like nobody had come through in a long time. I followed it. Found the entrance. Just a low, round concrete opening, barely tall enough to walk into without ducking. Water pooled around the mouth. It smelled sharp and sour. I stood there for a long time. It didn't feel like anything special. Not haunted, not cursed, just quiet. I stepped a little closer. That's when I noticed it. On the side of the entrance wall, right above the waterline, 5 smudges. Long, parallel. Almost like something had dragged its fingers there and left them behind. I stepped back. Left. Didn't say anything to anyone. But that night, when I looked in my mirror, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. A shape. Just a shadow at first, behind me, where my closet should have been. I turned quickly. Nothing. I looked back. Still nothing. But the feeling stayed, Not being watched, being remembered. Like something had cataloged me. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but who? Everyone who knew was already gone. I was the last one left. And I had no idea what was coming next. The day after I went back to the tunnel, I finally started digging for answers. Up until that point, everything had just been reactions, watching the footage, checking the windows at night, waiting for something to happen. But the longer nothing happened, the more I realized waiting wasn't going to save me. Not anymore. If this thing was real, and after losing Derek, I had no doubt it was then hiding in my room, was just going to drag it out, let it keep getting closer. So I went to the library. I know that sounds like a weird move, like the beginning of some old horror movie where the kid finds an article from 1973 and everything clicks, but it wasn't like that. I didn't think I was going to find a headline that said, "Tall shadow creature haunts teens." I just needed something, a starting point. The town library is small, old carpet, that dry smell of paper and plastic dust jackets. It's mostly quiet except for the hum of the lights and the sound of old people turning pages too loudly. I didn't ask the librarian for help. I didn't want to explain what I was looking for. I started with local history, anything about the water plant, the area around it, the tunnel. There wasn't much. The plant was built in the 1940s, expanded in the 60s, decommissioned sometime in the early 2000s. Nothing weird in the official write-ups, just utility stuff. Engineering diagrams, budget proposals. Then I found a binder tucked away near the bottom of the local reference shelf. It was unlabeled on the spine, just gray duct tape across the binding. Inside were photocopies of old newspaper clippings, most from a now defunct local paper called the Deerfield Ledger. Someone had organized them loosely by date, no page numbers, no index, just events. Floods, fires, town meetings, a few photos of sports teams and barbershop openings. And then I saw it, August of 1989. The article headline was small, "Teen Missing After Dare at Water Tunnel." My throat tightened. I read it 3 times before pulling out my phone and taking a picture. The article didn't say much. Just that a 17-year-old kid named Jacob Drury had been last seen walking into the tunnel near the water plant as part of a local dare. His friends waited on the other side. He never came out. They searched both ends. They brought in rescue workers, checked the old blueprints, no sign of him. I checked the index card drawer to find other issues from the same month. There were 3 follow-ups. One said police eventually gave up the search after 21 days. Another said the family moved away shortly after. The last one was just a letter to the editor, some old guy writing in about how the tunnel wasn't right and should be sealed off. That one stuck with me. The letter said this: "It echoes wrong. I worked down there in the 70s. You'd drop a wrench and hear it bounce twice, but only echo once. That's not how tunnels work." I left the library with photos of everything. Back home, I tried finding Jacob Drury online. No Facebook, no family profiles, no mention in any obituary archives. It was like he vanished completely. Just a few articles from 30 years ago, and then nothing. But at least I wasn't the first. That night, I had the same dream again. I was standing at the tunnel entrance, not walking in, just staring, and I could hear something breathing deep, patient, not threatening, just aware, like it had been waiting a long time and finally decided to stretch. When I woke up, my window was open. I know I locked it. I know I did. I didn't even go near it. I just sat in bed until sunrise, hands balled in the blankets, eyes locked on the opening. Nothing moved. The next morning, I printed out one of the articles and took it to the only place I could think of, the Historical Society office. It's just a room above the post office, run by a guy named Mr. Harron. He used to teach high school history before retiring. He's got one of those gray ponytails and a collection of button-down shirts that all look exactly the same. He looked up when I walked in and gave me that polite, tired smile. "You looking for someone?" he asked. I nodded and handed him the article. "Do you know anything about this?" He adjusted his glasses and read it slowly. When he looked up, his smile was gone. "I remember this," he said. "Jacob was 2 years below me. Quiet kid. We all thought he ran away at first." "Did anyone ever find out what happened?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, but people stopped going near the plant after that." I sat down, told him everything. I left out some of the more surreal parts, the shadow in the footage, the way it kept changing, but I told him about Derek, about the video, about how all of them had watched it. He didn't interrupt, just listened, frowned deeper as I went on. When I finished, he rubbed his chin and said, "There's a theory some people used to talk about, not in papers, just quiet talk." "What kind of theory?" "That the tunnel doesn't end where you think it ends." I blinked. "What do you mean?" "Some workers claimed there were locked doors halfway through, that it connects to older parts of the plant, places not on the map, places even the city didn't have records for." "Why would a water tunnel lead to something like that?" He gave me a long look. "Because maybe it wasn't always just a water tunnel." That night, I opened my phone to find a new picture message from an unknown number. No text, just an image of the tunnel entrance. Same angle as the one before, but closer this time. The figure was still there. Only now you could see part of its head tilt slightly, like it had noticed the camera. I stared at it for a long time. Then I turned off the phone and sat in the dark, listening. I didn't hear anything, but I knew it was coming. I didn't decide right away. For a few days after that last photo showed up, I stayed inside. Didn't go to school, didn't check my phone unless I had to. Every sound made me freeze, even the normal ones, neighbors mowing their lawns, delivery trucks pulling up down the street. Nothing happened. No more pictures, no knocks at the window. But it felt like it was waiting, like the tunnel didn't want to be ignored anymore. I told myself I'd wait it out, that I'd ride it until the thing lost interest and found someone else, but that didn't sit right. I couldn't stop thinking about Derek, about the way his basement light was still on, about how the laptop was wiped clean. I thought about Aaron and Jake and that kid from 1989, Jacob Drury. All of them left behind no real trace, just rumors. Just newspaper clippings and people who eventually stopped asking questions. And I realized if I didn't do something, I was going to end up the same way. So I went back. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't bring a camera. I left my phone at home. I packed a flashlight, a bottle of water, and a little notebook with the names of everyone who'd gone missing written in my own handwriting, just in case something did happen and someone found me. I biked out there just after sunrise. The trail was empty. The grass along the gravel was taller now, thick with weeds. Even the fence looked different, like it had sagged more in the last week than it should have in a whole year. I stood in front of the tunnel for a long time before stepping in. The air was still damp, still metallic. My footsteps echoed louder than I remembered. The flashlight beam bounced off the water on the walls, catching streaks of old rust and algae in little flashes of green and brown. I walked slowly, deliberately. I didn't talk. I didn't record. I just kept moving forward. About halfway through, I felt it shift. Not the tunnel, the air. It changed from wet to cold, not breeze cold, still cold, like the kind of chill that doesn't move but soaks into your clothes anyway. That was the moment I knew I wasn't alone. But I didn't stop. I kept walking until I reached the far end. Nothing. No figure, no shadow, no whisper of movement. Just concrete and quiet. I turned around and walked back. Same distance, same chill. But now the tunnel felt narrower, not physically, but mentally, like something was closing in, like the air was being watched. I made it out. I stood there, blinking in the daylight, heart pounding, waiting for something to happen. A sound, a blur, a shape stepping out behind me. Nothing. I was alone. It felt like a letdown at first, anticlimactic, but then I realized what had changed. The fear was gone. Not entirely, but the pressure, that feeling of something pushing at the edges of my mind. It was like I'd faced it and walked out before it could finish whatever it wanted. I biked home without looking back. I didn't have nightmares that night. I slept through the whole thing, first time in weeks. My room was quiet. My window stayed closed. The knife under my bed stayed untouched. And the next morning, I checked my phone. No new messages. No pictures. Just silence. That was 6 months ago. I haven't gone back since, haven't had the urge, but sometimes I catch myself glancing at the woods when I bike past, not expecting to see anything, just checking. I still think about Derek, and Aaron, and Jake. Their parents stopped talking about it after a while. The posters came down. The school counselors gave their speeches. Everyone went back to normal. Except me. I'm not saying I know what happened to them. I don't. Not exactly. But I've got ideas. And the more time passes, the more convinced I am that whatever's in that tunnel doesn't just take people. It collects them, not physically maybe, but mentally, through fear, through obsession, through attention. And that's the thing. It only keeps going if people keep feeding it, telling the story, watching the video, passing around photos, and daring each other to go. So I made a choice. I deleted everything. The footage, the photos, the screenshots, all of it. I even tossed the notebook I'd written their names in, I stopped talking about it. Until now. You might think this whole thing defeats the point that by writing it down again, I'm opening the door. And maybe you're right, but this version is different, because there's no clip to watch. No face to freeze on, no blurry screenshot to analyze, just words and memories and a warning. If someone dares you to walk the tunnel, don't. If you're ever near the plant and you feel the air go still, leave. And if you see something in a video that looks almost human but not quite, don't rewind. Don't zoom in. Don't give it your attention, because that's how it finds you. And once it finds you, it doesn't let go. It just waits. I hadn't talked to Craig since high school, and even then, talked was generous. He was more of a peripheral person in my life, a friend of a friend, someone who was always around but never central. We had a couple classes together, maybe a few mutual parties. I remember him mostly as that kid who laughed too loud, always had something to prove, and somehow knew everything about everyone. So when he messaged me out of nowhere, nearly 10 years later, I was surprised. It was one of those casual Facebook messages, the kind you glance at and almost ignore. Craig T. Hey man, I think we used to run in the same circles. You still in town? I didn't see any harm in replying. I had just moved back to my hometown after years away. Work fell through in the city, rent got ridiculous, and I figured coming back would give me a chance to regroup. I was between jobs doing some contract design work from home. Most of my old friends had moved on, or at least moved out, so I was open to reconnecting. We grabbed a beer that Friday, some dive bar off Main Street I hadn't been to since college. Craig was different than I remembered, or maybe just older. He still talked a lot, but now there was a weird kind of charm to it, like he'd been through things and come out with stories. He was intense, sure, but he was funny too. Charismatic in that way people are when they seem completely unfiltered. We talked for a few hours about jobs, relationships, old classmates, the usual surface-level stuff. He said he was working in private logistics, which sounded vague, but I didn't push. He asked if I still saw anyone from back in the day. I told him no, not really. He nodded, grinned. Then I guess I'm your oldest friend now. It was a joke, but something about the way he said it stuck with me. Over the next few weeks, we started hanging out more. Nothing crazy, bar meetups, backyard beers, occasional dinners when I felt like cooking, and he didn't feel like eating alone. He always brought something, a six-pack, takeout, once even a bag of steaks he got cheap from a guy at work. I appreciated the company. Living alone, especially in a town that used to feel like home but didn't anymore, gets heavy fast. But after a while, I started noticing things. He'd show up unannounced. Not often, but just enough to be unsettling. Once on a Sunday morning, I opened the door in my boxers thinking it was a delivery, and found Craig standing there, holding 2 coffees like we had plans. Figured you'd be up, he said. Didn't want these to go to waste. I hadn't heard from him in 2 days. Another time I came home from the grocery store and found him in my backyard, feet up on the patio table, smoking a cigarette. I was in the area, he said, grinning like this was normal. And maybe it would have been if we were tighter friends, but we weren't. He started asking more personal questions, too. What time I went to bed, if I still locked the windows upstairs, what I did when I couldn't sleep. I laughed some of them off, gave vague answers, but I was starting to feel observed. I didn't want to be rude. I didn't want to assume anything. People drift in and out of your life all the time. Maybe he was lonely too. Then came the night he stayed over. We were drinking more than usual. He brought some whiskey he said he'd been saving, and we polished off most of the bottle between the two of us. I offered the couch. He accepted. Around 2 a.m., I crashed in my room. He was still up, watching something on TV. I heard the volume low through the wall. When I woke up the next morning, he was gone. At first I thought nothing of it. The blanket was folded on the couch, the empty bottle left on the counter. But then I noticed my spare house keys. The ones I kept in the drawer near the front door were missing. I texted him, casually. Me. Hey, good seeing you last night. You grabbed my spare keys by accident. Craig. Nope, didn't even know you had those. Maybe check your coat pockets. I thought I saw you digging through them. I checked. They weren't there. I didn't press the issue. Maybe I misplaced them. But something in his reply felt rehearsed. That was a week ago. 3 nights later, around 3:15 a.m., I woke up to a sound. Not loud, not obvious. Just a shift in the air, a creak, something that pulled me from sleep with that cold, slow dread that wraps around your spine before you're even awake enough to understand it. I lay there in the dark, listening. Nothing. Then the next day, I decided to check my security camera footage. I'd set up a cheap indoor cam 6 months earlier, mostly because of porch pirates. It wasn't fancy motion alerts, cloud saves, night vision. One angle, straight from the bookshelf across the living room. I pulled it up on my laptop. There, at 3 a.m., motion triggered. I pressed play. The footage showed my front door slowly opening. Craig stepped inside. He didn't flick on the lights. Didn't hesitate. He just walked through the living room, slowly, scanning, looking around like he was taking inventory. He didn't touch anything. Didn't take anything. Just stood in the center of the room, hands in his jacket pockets. Then, after maybe a minute, he turned and walked back out. I watched the clip 3 times. Each time my heart pounded a little harder. I didn't remember dreaming anything that night. Didn't remember waking up, but he'd been there. In my house. While I slept. That was 3 days ago. I haven't heard from him since. And now, every night, I hear something. A door settling. A floorboard shifting. A whisper of air from a vent that suddenly feels like breath. Nothing in the house is out of place. Nothing is missing. But I swear, something's watching me. From inside. Since I watched the footage, I haven't been the same. I keep the lights on longer, double-check the windows, triple-check the doors, and still I don't sleep. That first night after seeing Craig on the camera, I sat in the living room with every lamp turned on, back to the wall, just watching. I didn't even realize I'd been holding a hammer in my hand until I dropped it out of sheer exhaustion around 4 in the morning. It's not that I'm afraid of him in the he might hurt me kind of way. At least, not yet. It's the not knowing what he wants, the intrusion. The fact that he walked into my house like he belonged there, not to steal, not to confront, just to be inside. Like he was inspecting something he already owned. The next morning, I texted him again. I kept it neutral. Me. Hey man, weird question. Did you stop by the other night? No response. 4 hours passed. Me. Craig? Still nothing. I stared at my phone all day. The text turned from delivered to read, and he never answered. By afternoon, I'd had enough. I called the non-emergency police line. I explained the situation. A man entered my house without permission, didn't take anything, but I had footage. I emailed it in while the officer on the phone took notes. His voice was calm, but I could tell he thought I was overreacting. Technically, if he had access to a key, and there are no signs of forced entry, it's murky. Still, someone will follow up. Do you know him well? No, that's the problem. Do you feel threatened? I paused. I don't know. I just feel watched. He told me someone would be in touch. That was it. The next night, I didn't wait to see if Craig would return. I left the house around 7 and checked into a cheap motel off the interstate, the kind where the front desk doesn't ask questions and the curtains don't quite reach the edges of the window. I used a fake name. Paid in cash. It felt paranoid, but the longer I sat in that room, the more I realized how far this had gotten under my skin. I sat on the edge of the bed, scrolling through the camera app again. Nothing new. I flipped back to the night Craig entered, pausing frame by frame. And that's when I saw it. In the background, barely visible, the hall closet door. It was open a crack when Craig walked in, closed when he left. I rewound, watched again. Open at 3 a.m. Closed at 5. But he never touched it. I watched his hands the whole time. They stayed in his pockets, never moved, not once. I rewound again. Open. Then closed. And something else. The faintest flicker, maybe a shadow, maybe a trick of the grainy feed, but I could swear something moved behind that door. I didn't go back to the house the next day. I called in a locksmith, had the entire system replaced, all the doors, all the locks, even the garage. I wanted no trace of the old keys, no chance of access. I watched from my car as they worked. The locksmith didn't ask many questions, just gave me a receipt and told me to stay safe. Nice guy. But he looked at me a little too long, like maybe I was the problem. I didn't care. That night, I returned to the house. And I brought a friend. Ryan was an old co-worker from a job I'd had years ago. We'd stayed in touch, and I trusted him more than anyone else. He was practical, calm, and most importantly, believed me. We walked the whole house together, checking every door, every window, every closet. When we got to the hallway, I stopped in front of the closet. This is where I think something's wrong. Ryan opened it slowly. Just coats, old shoes, a box of wires. But I stared at the back wall. Something felt off. I leaned in and knocked. It sounded hollow. Ryan noticed too. Together, we pulled the coats out, moved the box. And that's when we saw it, a panel, not a door, not exactly. Just a thin rectangle of drywall, not quite flush with the rest. Barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. He looked at me. You want to open it? I didn't, but I nodded anyway. He used a screwdriver to pry the edge. It came away with a soft pop. Behind it, darkness. A crawl space, narrow, maybe 2 feet deep, running the length of the wall. Ryan shined his flashlight inside. And then we both stepped back at the same time. Inside were wrappers, empty water bottles, a blanket, a phone charger, and worst of all, a pair of socks. Mine. Ryan whispered, Jesus Christ, man. I didn't speak, couldn't. Someone had been living inside my house. Not just breaking in, staying, watching. The thought made my skin crawl. I backed away from the opening, bile rising in my throat. We called the police right then. They showed up within 20 minutes, took photos, bagged the items. They said they'd review prints, though warned that if he wore gloves, there might not be much to go on. One officer, an older guy with a tight jaw, pulled me aside. You said he was a friend? Someone you let into your house? I nodded. He sighed. That's how they get close. Make you feel like you're the one who's overreacting. But this guy, he crossed a line. I want to press charges, I said. If we can find him, you'll have your chance. He handed me a case number and promised to follow up. That was last night. Now I'm sitting on my couch again, staring at the hall closet. It's sealed, boarded, taped, locked. But I can still feel it, that presence, that watching. And when I check my phone, new notification. Motion detected. Timestamp 3:12 a.m. This time the camera's facing the closet. And the footage? The panel shifts. Just a little. Just enough. After I watched the panel shift in the footage, just that half-inch tilt, like someone inside was pushing against it, I sat in the living room with every light on, my back to the front door and my eyes locked on the hallway. I held a crowbar in my lap. I don't know why I grabbed it instead of a bat or a kitchen knife. Maybe because it felt heavier, more permanent. I didn't call the cops right away. What would I even say? That I saw a board move? That I think someone is still in my house, maybe in the walls? I played the footage back again, slowed it down, frame by frame. At 3:11:47 a.m., the hallway was still. At 3:12:02, the panel lifted, maybe a few centimeters. A shadow shifted behind it. And by 3:12:15, it clicked back into place. No one came out. No one went in. And yet someone had moved it. Ryan called at 8 a.m., his voice groggy. I couldn't sleep, man, he said. That crawl space, I keep thinking about how small it is. You'd have to really want to be in there. He was, I said. I think he still is. Ryan paused, You should get out. I can't leave, not until I know. I couldn't explain it, not even to myself, but something in me refused to abandon the house. Maybe because the idea of leaving meant giving Craig power. Me fleeing my own life because he wouldn't stay out of it. That felt wrong, like surrendering. By noon, I'd made up my mind. I was going to open the panel myself. The police had bagged the stuff they found, taken their photos, and told me to seal it up for now, but they hadn't actually gone inside the crawl space. It wasn't technically large enough for an adult man to live in, they'd said. But then again, they hadn't seen the footage. I took the crowbar, a flashlight, and slid the panel off. The stale air hit me immediately dry, almost sour. I knelt down, shining the light inside. There was more space than I'd realized. The crawl space stretched farther than I thought. A narrow corridor that bent sharply to the left, just 10 feet in. I couldn't see past the turn. Jesus, I whispered. I sat back on my heels, debating my next move. Then I heard something. A scrape. Soft. Deliberate. From inside. I backed up fast, heart hammering. I wasn't going in. Not alone. Not without knowing he wasn't armed. I called the cops again. 2 officers came, both younger, both looking like they'd drawn the short straw. They brought a dog, a 9 unit that sniffed around the opening, ears perked. The dog didn't bark, didn't growl, just whined. The handler frowned. That's not good. They slid on gloves and shined flashlights into the space. I'm not crawling in there, one said. The other nodded. We'll need to call in search and recovery, or someone from structural. The delay killed me. They marked the opening with tape, made notes, asked me the same questions again when I'd seen Craig last, what he said, what he wore. I repeated everything, word for word. But I could tell they weren't treating it like an emergency. To them, he was just a guy who overstayed his welcome, not a stalker, not a threat. That night, I went back to the motel. Not because I was scared, because I was tired, and because I needed to think. I didn't tell Ryan I left. I didn't tell the police either. But at around 2:50 a.m., I got a notification. Motion detected. I tapped the feed, dreading what I'd see. The hallway was empty. Then at 1 a.m., the panel slid open again. And this time Craig crawled out. Slowly, like he was stretching after a long nap. He stood up, brushed himself off, looked around, and then walked toward the kitchen. I fumbled to switch the feed to the other cam. He opened the fridge, drank straight from the orange juice carton, then shut it. He didn't touch anything else, just walked back to the hallway and disappeared through the panel again. I watched the whole thing unfold in real time. My breath caught in my throat. I was frozen, sitting on the edge of the motel bed, light from the phone casting long shadows against the wall. Craig was living in my house, coming out when he knew I was gone, making himself comfortable. He didn't want to steal anything. He wanted to belong. The next morning I took the footage to the station myself. I didn't bother calling. I walked in and demanded to see Harland, the lead officer assigned to the case. They brought him out after 15 minutes. He watched the clip with furrowed brows, expression hardening with every passing second. "All right," he said, "we'll issue a warrant. We'll sweep the whole property. If he's still there, we'll find him." Finally. They came in full force that afternoon, 2 cruisers, 3 officers, and a detective. They went through the crawl space with gear, gloves, headlamps. They found him, huddled behind the bend in the wall, curled in on himself like a spider in its web. He didn't fight, didn't scream, didn't even try to run. Just said, "I thought he wanted me here." They cuffed him and walked him out the front door. As they passed me, Craig turned his head, smiled. Not big, not sinister, just calm, like he knew something I didn't, like I'd let him in. I stared at him and said nothing. He disappeared into the cruiser without a word. It's been 2 weeks. The house is quiet now. Still, I replaced the panel with actual drywall, painted over it, moved a cabinet in front of it just in case. I sleep again most nights. Sometimes I still hear sounds, a creak here, a soft thump there, but I tell myself it's just the house settling. And when I check the cameras, nothing. But every now and then, I walk past the closet and think I hear breathing. Just on the other side. You'd think that after someone's arrested for squatting in your crawl space, someone you once shared beers and jokes with, you'd sleep better. You'd assume that everything clicks back into place once they're out of the house, out of your life. That's not what happened. The first 2 nights after Craig's arrest, I barely moved from the couch. I'd doze off with the TV on, jerk awake at every commercial break, heart racing for no reason. The 3rd night, I forced myself into bed and stared at the ceiling until sunrise. He was gone. The crawl space was sealed. The police had taken everything: his blanket, water bottles, the charger, even a small notepad they found with nonsense scribbled in red pen. Pages full of loops, names, symbols, numbers that didn't mean anything. Still, the detective said they'd keep it as evidence, said it might show intent. But the feeling he left behind didn't disappear with him. It lingered. I kept catching myself glancing at shadows, jumping at the sound of the fridge kicking on. I'd come out of the bathroom and pause, listening, not for anything specific, just listening. And always, always, that damn hallway closet. It had been boarded up, painted over, and pushed behind a heavy cabinet. There was no way in anymore, but still, I felt its presence. Like if I walked past too slowly, I'd hear breathing. Or worse, I'd feel someone holding theirs, waiting for me to pass. I told Ryan all of this over lunch. "You've got trauma," he said, tapping the side of his head. "What he did living in there, watching you, it sticks." "I get that," I said, "but it's more than just nerves. It's like he didn't leave, like there's a version of him still in the house." "You mean like a ghost?" Ryan said, half laughing. I gave him a look. "I'm serious," I said. He didn't laugh after that. The following day, a letter arrived. No return address, just my name, typed on the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, typewritten, neat. I'm sorry I used the closet. I didn't know you'd find it so soon. No name. I sat at the kitchen table holding that paper with both hands, trying to understand what I was reading. I hadn't told anyone where I moved the cabinet. No one knew I covered the panel. And the police still had Craig in custody. I called Detective Harland immediately. Has he been released? No, he said. He's still being evaluated. Evaluated? Psych hold. He's not cooperating, barely talking. We're waiting on the psych team's report. Why? I read the letter out loud. Harland went quiet. We'll send someone to pick it up, he said. That night, I barely made it through a shower without yanking the curtain back every 30 seconds. The light flickered once in the hallway, and I damn near tore the breaker box open, convinced someone was in the basement. But again, nothing. 3 nights later, I heard my name. Whispered. Not loud, not panicked, just whispered. I was lying in bed, the covers pulled up, barely asleep when I heard it. Hey. Then again, a little louder. Hey, man, wake up. I sat up straight. Silence. I grabbed my phone, checked the camera app. No alerts. I got out of bed, barefoot, and made my way to the hallway. The air felt colder than usual, like a window had been left open. I checked. All shut, all locked. Then from the kitchen a click, like the sound of a light switch being flipped, only no light came on. I moved toward it, slow. The switch by the pantry was already up. I flicked it down, up, nothing. I backed away, heart pounding, feeling the weight of the house press in. That's when I noticed the front door. It was unlocked. Not wide open, just unlocked. I always locked it, always. I turned it slowly, locked it again, and stood there for a long minute trying to breathe. In the morning, I installed a second lock on the front door. Then I bought a motion-activated camera for inside the hallway, pointed directly at the closet. Even if I didn't believe in ghosts, I needed to see that nothing was coming in or out. I turned to old habits, coffee at all hours, late-night TV on mute, lights always on. The camera gave me some comfort at first. Then, on a Wednesday morning, I found a new notification. Motion detected. Hallway cam, 3:43 a.m. I sat down, opened the app, and played it. The timestamp appeared. Then the hallway empty, silent, bathed in that dim yellow light from the fixture overhead. At 3:43 and 21 seconds, something shifted. The cabinet. Just a tremble, a soft shudder. It moved forward less than an inch like someone had pushed from behind. Then it stopped. That was it. No one entered frame. Nothing came out. But the cabinet had moved. I checked it myself an hour later, measured the gap between it and the wall, took photos, compared it to the night before. It had definitely moved. That afternoon, I visited Craig. Not by choice. Detective Harland called, said Craig had asked to speak with me. He's lucid today, he said. Might help you close this out. Close it out. I hated that phrase. like it was something you could pack into a box, tape up, and move on from. I met Harland at the facility, a beige building with security glass and a smell that clung to your clothes. Craig sat across the table from me, wearing scrubs, no restraints. His hands were folded neatly on the table. He looked calm, healthier even. "Hey," he said, "like we just run into each other at the grocery store. Thanks for coming." I didn't reply. He looked down at the table. "I know you probably hate me." Silence. He sighed. "I just didn't want to be alone. That's all. You were always kind, back in school, even when I was weird." "You broke into my home," I said. "I didn't take anything," he said quickly. "I just wanted to be there. You ever feel like you don't exist unless someone's watching you?" He said it like it made perfect sense. "I knew your routine," he continued. "I never meant to scare you." I leaned forward. "Did you send the letter?" He tilted his head. "What letter?" "The one that said you were sorry, about the closet." His eyes shifted, just for a second. "I've been in here," he said. "Haven't left." I stared at him. He smiled. Small, closed lip. That same expression from the hallway footage. "You sure I'm the only one you let in?" I left without another word. And that night, the hallway camera caught something new. A light flickering under the closet. Just for a second. A dim glow, then gone. Like a candle had been lit, then snuffed out. I didn't tell anyone about the candlelight. Not Ryan, not the cops, definitely not the detective who sat across from me while I tried to explain that something was still inside my house, something besides Craig. Because if it wasn't Craig and I was starting to believe it wasn't, then who the hell was it? Or worse, what? The next few nights were quiet in the literal sense. No motion alerts, no new sounds, no creaks or whispers or shuffling cabinet. But that was the problem. It was too quiet. I couldn't sleep in my room anymore. The hallway outside felt like it was holding its breath, like something waited just out of sight. I started camping out in the living room again, back on the couch where this whole thing began, the security feed always playing on a tablet next to me. The hallway camera stayed still, but I didn't trust stillness anymore. Stillness was waiting. Stillness was watching. I woke up around 4 a.m. on Friday, sweating. Not from a dream. I don't even think I was sleeping. My shirt was soaked. The kind of sweat that comes from dread, not heat. I sat up, rubbed my face, and glanced toward the kitchen. The hallway light was off. I never turned off the hallway light. I stood slowly, every hair on my arm standing up. My foot hit the floor too hard and made a dull thud that echoed more than it should have in a house that small. I looked down the hall. Darkness. I checked the camera feed on the tablet. Black screen. No signal. That was impossible. The camera was hardwired into the wall. I took a breath, held it, and walked toward the hall like someone stepping into water. Each step creaked. I reached for the light switch. Flipped it. Nothing. I backed up, slowly, one foot behind the other. And then something tapped from inside the wall. Once, then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I ripped the cabinet away from the wall. It hadn't moved, still flush against the baseboard, still blocking what used to be the crawlspace entrance. The drywall patch I installed, still intact, but when I knocked on it gently, like someone approaching a wild animal, it sounded hollow again. Worse than before. I grabbed the claw end of the hammer and started chipping at the edges, pulling the drywall off in small pieces. And beneath it, the panel. Not the one I had installed, not the one the police had sealed. The original, like the wall had never been touched. I stumbled back, heart racing. This wasn't just paranoia. Something was undoing what I'd fixed. Something was maintaining the access. I called Ryan. He didn't pick up. I left a message that probably sounded half delirious, then drove to his place, pounding on the door until he opened it in a hoodie and jeans, blinking like he'd just woken up. "Jesus, man," he said, "you look like hell." "Come over," I said, "right now." He didn't ask questions, just grabbed his keys and followed me back. When we got inside, I showed him the wall. "How?" he whispered. "I don't know." "You sealed this. I watched you." "I know." He ran a hand through his hair, then stepped forward and knocked. 3 sharp taps. Something knocked back. Not loud, not fast. Just enough. He jumped. "Okay," he said, backing up. "You need to leave this house. Not until I know what's in there. You're not thinking clearly. This isn't just Craig. This is, I don't even know." We stood there, breathing heavy, staring at the wall like it might open on its own. Ryan turned toward me. "If you open that panel, you better be ready to find something you can't put back." That night, I didn't sleep. I sat across from the hallway, crowbar in hand. At 2:57 a.m., the hallway light flicked on by itself. No click, no hum, just on. 3 minutes later, the panel slid open. Slowly, smoothly. No one came out, but the air changed. It felt thicker, harder to breathe. I stood, camera in one hand, flashlight in the other. I stepped closer, shined the light inside. The crawl space looked deeper than it had before. Longer, wider, like it had grown. I stepped back. Then I heard it. A voice. Soft, childlike, whispering. "I don't like it in here." I froze. It wasn't Craig. It wasn't anyone I knew. It was a girl. I turned and ran to my phone, dialing Harlan directly. Voicemail. I didn't leave one. I called Ryan. Straight to voicemail. I stood in my living room, shaking, unsure if I was still awake. Then I heard the voice again. Closer. "Why did you stop looking?" The police arrived at 7:00 a.m. They found me in the hallway, sitting against the wall, the panel wide open beside me. I hadn't moved in hours. I told them everything. Again, the voices. The wall changing, the panel reappearing. They said it was stress, sleep deprivation. They told me Craig's evaluation had come back. He wasn't considered a threat. He was being released under supervision. I laughed when they said that. I asked them to look in the crawl space again. They did. And this time, they found something. A small red hair bow, tangled in the insulation. It didn't belong to me. It didn't belong to Craig. It was old, faded. And when they took it in, they ran it against a local missing persons database. They matched it to a girl named Lily Kearns, reported missing in 2002, 12 years old. Last seen at this address. Before I ever moved in, before Craig ever squatted in the walls, before I ever met him. And just like that, the story changed. This wasn't Craig's obsession. This was someone else's house. And I had walked into it, uninvited. The day they confirmed the bow belonged to Lily Kearns was the day the house finally made sense. Or maybe not sense, maybe just context. You don't live in a place like that and come out of it feeling sane. But at least now I knew I hadn't been imagining everything. The crawl space, the voice, the feeling of being watched from within my own walls. There was a history here, and I had stepped into it blindly. They reopened her case. Turns out Lily Kearns had gone missing from this very house over 20 years ago. She'd been in foster care placed with a couple who'd vanished shortly after she did. No one had connected the house back then, not after it was flipped and sold a few years later. No one remembered, or maybe no one wanted to. The bow was enough to shake things loose. They sent a cadaver dog into the crawl space the next week. And that's when they found her. Not just her remains, but the toys, the blanket, a name carved into the wood. Lily, etched by a child's hand into the back wall. They never found the foster parents. And as for Craig, he hadn't known about her. When they showed him the pictures, the carving, the bow, he broke down. They said he wept like a child, said he never saw her, never heard her, said he only chose that crawl space because it felt safe, familiar, like someone was protecting him. Harlan told me that part. I didn't respond. The house sat empty for 2 weeks. I stayed with Ryan, sleeping on his couch, drifting between exhaustion and something worse. Not quite paranoia, more like residual dread. Like even though the danger had passed, my body hadn't gotten the memo. The closet stayed boarded, the cabinet untouched, but I couldn't stop thinking about that voice, the one that whispered to me, "Why did you stop looking?" I hadn't told anyone about that, not even Ryan, because part of me knew it wasn't something I could explain. It wasn't just a memory or a hallucination or a leftover echo from trauma. It was real. She was real. A girl who had been trapped, forgotten, hidden so deeply that even when someone lived right above her, they didn't know she was there. And somehow, I think she forgave me. Or maybe she just wanted me to finish it. I went back to the house the following weekend. Alone. Ryan offered to come with me, but I needed to face it without a buffer. I needed to look it in the eye and prove it didn't control me anymore. The locks had been changed. Again, standard procedure. There were still police markers on the doorframe, warning tape on the crawlspace wall, but no one was watching anymore. I walked the house in silence. Kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, all untouched. Then the hallway. The panel was still open. I sat down in front of it, legs crossed like I was waiting for a confession. There was nothing inside now. No drafts, no breathing. Just stillness. But it felt different. Less like waiting. More like resting. I pulled out a small box I'd brought with me. Inside was a new hair bow, not an exact replica, but close, red velvet. Neat little knot. I'd found it at a second-hand shop and knew it had to come here. I crawled inside, just far enough to reach the corner. And I left it there. No cameras, no photos. Just a gesture, an acknowledgement. You were here, you mattered. I backed out slowly and sealed the panel myself, with screws this time, then covered it with drywall, sanded it, painted over it. No more access, no more hiding places. 2 months later, I sold the house. Didn't make a profit, didn't care. The buyers were a retired couple, sweet people. They didn't ask many questions. The real estate agent kept it light, focused on the updated appliances and big backyard. No one mentioned Lily, and I didn't offer. Not because I wanted to hide it, but because it wasn't mine to share anymore. She was found. That part was over. I moved to a small apartment near the edge of town. Nothing special, just a clean, quiet space with no crawl spaces, no closets near the hallway, and no drafty walls. It took me a while to sleep without checking the cameras every hour. Took even longer to shower without leaving the bathroom door open. But time passed, and the tension eased. Craig was transferred to a long-term facility. He writes me letters sometimes once a month, always the same tone, friendly, measured. He signs them "your friend," like nothing ever really went wrong. I never write back. I don't hate him, but I don't want him in my life. Some people are shadows, even when they're standing in the light. One morning, I got a call from Detective Harland. He was brief, as always. They finished the crawl space inspection, he said. Turns out it was a retrofit, part of an old bomb shelter built in the 60s. Must have been hidden for decades. Explains the size, I said. Explains how she went unnoticed, too, he added. Hell of a thing. We didn't talk much after that. I think he wanted to say more, but didn't know how. So I thanked him and hung up. It's been almost a year now. I still think about her. Not Craig, not the house. Her. Lily. Sometimes I wonder what she saw in those final moments, what she thought about, whether she believed anyone would come for her. And sometimes I think about that voice in the night. Why did you stop looking? And I say quietly, when no one else is around, I didn't. I found you. That's what matters in the end. Not how it started, not even how it ended, but that the silence was broken, that someone listened, that someone cared. She's not in the walls anymore, She's free, and so am I. We weren't hardcore campers or anything. We'd gone maybe 3 times total, me, Claire, a beat-up tent we borrowed from her brother, and a little propane stove that always smelled slightly like melted plastic. It was mostly about unplugging for the weekend. No service, no emails, no deadlines breathing down our necks. Just trees, firewood, canned chili, and the occasional raccoon bold enough to stare you down for a granola bar. That's what we were expecting when we drove out to Pinebrook State Forest that Friday. We picked the site ahead of time. Lot 23, close enough to the trailheads but far enough from the ranger station that it felt like actual wilderness. There were only 2 other vehicles in the entire loop when we pulled in a rust-colored Subaru with bike racks and this old white van. I remember noticing it right away, mostly because it didn't match the vibe. No campground sticker, no windows except the windshield, just these gray curtains pulled tight behind the glass. Not even a single dent or decal to tell you anything about the driver. Claire made a face when we passed it. "Creeper van," she muttered. "Maybe it's just a solo hiker," I said, "or someone doing the off-grid thing." "Without registering?" she asked. I didn't have an answer for that. We didn't dwell on it, though, not right away. We set up camp, got the fire going, cracked a couple beers, and made a sad attempt at toasting hot dogs over 2 small flames, typical first night stuff. When the sun went down, the forest went quiet in that way you forget it can. No sirens, no cars, just the occasional crack of a branch and the distant call of an owl. The van was still sitting there, 2 sites over, but we didn't hear a door open, didn't see a flashlight flicker, nothing, like it was just a prop someone left behind. By the time we crawled into the tent, I'd stopped thinking about it. Claire hadn't. "I swear it hasn't moved since we got here," she whispered, pulling the sleeping bag up to her chin. "Maybe they're just a heavy sleeper," I said, "half asleep already." She didn't laugh. "Do you think we should have told the ranger?" "What would we say? There's a weird van at a campsite?" "Yeah, pretty much." I shifted onto my side and pulled her in closer. "If it's still there tomorrow, we'll check with them, okay?" She nodded against my chest. Neither of us brought it up the next morning. The van was still there, parked at an angle like it had just coasted into the lot and died. No footprints in the dirt around it, no smoke from a fire. It looked exactly the same, silent, shut. We went for a hike that day, nothing crazy, just a 4-mile loop through a mossy ridge trail that smelled like wet pine needles and took us past some gorgeous overlooks. The kind of walk that usually wrings out your anxiety. But every time I stopped to catch my breath, I caught Claire looking behind us. Not ahead. Behind. That night we ate by lantern light. The fire didn't catch like it had the first night, too damp, too rushed. Neither of us really tried. There was a tension sitting between us that we hadn't spoken out loud yet, but it filled the air like smoke anyway. Around 11, we zipped up the tent and settled in. It was colder that night. The wind came in off the ridge, brushing against the tent walls with soft, shivery pressure. I woke up to the sound of something stepping on dry branches. Not a deer. I know what deer sound like. They're skittish, light on their feet. Whatever this was had weight. I sat up slowly, trying not to make noise, and pressed my hand to Claire's arm. She was already awake, staring at the nylon above us like she could see through it. "Did you hear it?" she whispered. "Yeah." It came again. 2 steps, then silence. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and stuck my head out. Nothing. Just the fire pit, now dark, our cooler, the outline of our car. The van was gone. I blinked and leaned further out. Its sight was empty. No tire tracks, no light, no shape. Just the damp gravel lot, hollow and quiet. "Where the hell did it go?" Claire asked, crawling out behind me. "I don't know." We stood there in our socks, breath visible in the cold, both of us turning in slow circles like we were afraid to look in any one direction too long. I felt completely exposed. No locks, no doors. Just canvas and mesh, and the hope that whoever had been nearby wasn't still watching. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. Claire sat cross-legged in the tent, holding the flashlight, while I stayed zipped into my sleeping bag with my pocket knife gripped in one hand like I'd be able to do anything with it. When dawn broke, we didn't even talk about packing. It just happened. We took down the tent in record time, tossed everything into the car, and peeled out of the campsite like something was going to chase us if we stayed 1 second longer. The ranger station was a small log cabin near the park entrance. We pulled in, both of us looking half feral after a night of no sleep and adrenaline. The ranger on duty was maybe in his mid-50s, baseball cap, radio clipped to his vest, seemed surprised to see us. "You two heading out early?" he asked. "There was a white van parked near our site," I said, skipping the small talk. "No plates, curtains in the window. It was there when we got in Friday. It was gone when we checked last night." His face shifted slightly, not surprise, more like caution. "Which site?" 21, I said. "We were at 23. He checked his clipboard. "No one registered for that lot all weekend." I looked at Claire. Her arms were folded tightly across her chest. "I thought you needed a pass," she said. "You do," he replied, slow and deliberate, "and if it wasn't marked on here, they weren't supposed to be out there." We waited for him to say more, call someone, take a note. But he didn't. Later that afternoon, just before we left the park boundaries, Claire asked to walk back to the site. I didn't want to, but I didn't argue. Maybe we both needed closure. The van was still gone. The site looked undisturbed. No trash, no firewood, nothing. But just behind the tree line, half buried under pine needles and blackened dirt, we found the fire pit. Still warm. Inside, a few scorched zippers, part of a canvas strap, and what looked like the melted back panel of a plastic backpack. It was small, too small for an adult. And next to it, half covered in ash, was the edge of a knife blade. Claire didn't say anything. Neither did I. We just turned around and walked back to the car. And we haven't been camping since. We didn't talk much on the drive home. Not even during the stretch of highway that usually had us playing road trip games, joking about pit stops, or ranking which gas station chains had the best snacks. It was like the weight of that van, that place, still sat somewhere in the car with us, and if we said too much, we'd remind it we were there. Claire kept staring out the window with her arms crossed, but I knew she wasn't looking at anything specific, just moving her eyes so her thoughts didn't eat her alive. I was doing the same thing behind the wheel, trying to focus on the lines on the road, the hum of tires, anything that felt predictable. We were an hour out from home when she finally spoke. "That fire pit," she said, still not looking at me. "Did it look fresh to you?" I nodded. Yeah, still warm. Wood hadn't gone out completely. She bit her lip. "So they left after us. Or were still there while we were packing." That silence came back, heavier this time. We didn't fill it. When we got home, we did something we'd never done after a trip. We unpacked everything immediately. Tent, sleeping bags, clothes, all of it came out of the car and into the wash or the storage bins before we even sat down. I think we both wanted to scrub the whole experience off ourselves, like maybe if we cleaned fast enough, we wouldn't have to remember it the next day. It didn't work. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the way the dirt around the fire pit had been disturbed, like someone tried to cover the items in a hurry, or maybe they weren't trying to hide it at all. Maybe it was a message. Claire tried to sleep, but gave up around 2. I heard her walking around the apartment, pausing at each window, checking the door chain even though we'd already locked it. I didn't say anything. I just laid in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the occasional creak of the floorboards. The next morning, she had her laptop open before I even made coffee. She was already on the park's website, trying to figure out if there'd been any recent incidents reported in Pine Brook. I sat beside her and refreshed the local news pages on my phone. It felt dumb at first, like we were playing detective for something that could have just been a creepy coincidence, but it didn't feel dumb for long. Claire found it first. A missing persons flyer buried 3 clicks deep on a Facebook page for Pine Brook's volunteer search and rescue group. 10-year-old girl, missing since June, last seen at a roadside gas station 2 towns over. She'd been with her mother. They were traveling cross-country. Security footage showed the girl going into the bathroom and never coming out. "Is that the same backpack?" Claire asked, her voice quiet. I leaned in. It was hard to tell from the grainy image, but the shape of it, the plastic front with the cartoon character, the same color, it matched what we'd seen in the fire pit. Burned, melted, but unmistakable. We didn't speak for a long time. Around noon, I made the decision. We should call it in. Claire looked at me. "To who?" "The local police, maybe, or the rangers." "And tell them what?" she asked. "That we saw a van? That it vanished? That we found a half-burned kid's backpack in the woods?" "Yes." She didn't answer. But she didn't stop me either. I pulled up the ranger station number and called. The guy who answered didn't sound like the same one from the weekend, but his tone shifted the second I started describing where we'd been. I gave him the site number, told him what we'd seen, the van, the fire pit, the items inside it. There was a long pause after I finished. "You say the van didn't have plates?" he asked. "No front or back. And it was parked at Site 21? "Yeah." Another pause. "We've had a few reports like that," he said, his voice quieter now. "Not always at the same site, but close, same description. Old van, white, no plates, always gone before we get there. I gripped the phone tighter. And the fire pit? We'll send someone out to take a look. If it's on park property, we'll flag it. That was it. No more questions, no urgency. Just vague acknowledgement and a promise to flag it. I thanked him and hung up, staring at the phone screen until it dimmed in my hand. Claire walked over, holding her laptop. There are 6 posts like the one we found, she said. Same area, all within the last year. Kids, teens, even a couple adults. No confirmed sightings, no leads. She flipped the screen toward me. These ones were last seen near the interstate off Route 47. That's where we exited to get into Pine Brook. I scrolled through the images. One girl had braids and a pink jacket. Another boy wore a t-shirt with a baseball team I recognized. All smiling, all looking like they had no idea what was waiting for them just a few miles down the road. We need to tell someone else, I said. Who? She asked again, but softer this time. Not because she didn't believe me, because she did. That's what made it worse. That night, the dreams started. I saw the van again parked, silent, facing the forest. I was standing just outside its back doors. They were open. Inside was black, too dark to see, but I could hear something breathing. Not loud, not angry, just waiting. I woke up sweating, the room too hot even with the fan on. Claire was already awake. I dreamed I was back at the site, she said, but it wasn't ours. It was the one with the van. The fire pit was gone, but there was something sticking out of the ground. Just the edge of a blanket. We didn't talk about it the rest of the day. But I kept refreshing the missing persons pages. I don't know what I was looking for, some confirmation, a face that would link it all together, or maybe just proof that we weren't going insane. What we found instead came 2 days later. Not from the Park Service, not from the police, but from a comment on a thread buried deep in a forum about strange encounters in national parks. It was one line, posted anonymously. The van doesn't follow you. It waits for you to come back. And suddenly I realized something that hadn't occurred to me until right then. We left the forest. But we never actually left the story. 3 nights passed without sleep that actually meant anything. Claire tried melatonin. I tried whiskey. Neither worked. At best, we drifted into shallow half-dreams. At worst, we stared at the ceiling until sunrise, watching shadows shift across the walls. By Tuesday, I stopped checking the forums. My head was a mess. Too much scrolling. Too many stories. Everyone had a theory. A few even sounded like ours, old vehicles showing up where they shouldn't, no license plates, people watching from inside. But none of them ended with any kind of clarity, just more questions. The posts always faded off, or were deleted, or worse, the original poster stopped replying entirely. Claire had a different strategy. She printed everything, notes, maps, screenshots. She had this ugly manila folder she carried around now like it was homework for a class she never signed up for. This isn't just paranoia, she said Thursday morning, flipping through it. There's a pattern. I believe you. She looked up, surprised. I mean it, I said. I'm just not sure what believing it even does anymore." We were both quiet for a minute. Then she slid a photo across the table. The same girl from the missing flyer, 10 years old, backpack on. Same one we'd seen charred in the pit. But the photo Claire showed me wasn't from the flyer. It was newer. "I found this on a Reddit post," she said. "Some guy talking about trail cam footage he got last month." "Wait, last month?" "Yeah, from the Ridgepoint entrance, northwest edge of Pinebrook." I looked again. It was grainy, black and white, but her outline was clear. Hair tied back, same shoes. She was walking through the trees. Alone. No timestamp, no context, just the photo. "That can't be real," I said. "She's been missing since June." Claire's voice was flat. "I think that van is taking people who are never meant to be found." We made the mistake of talking about it in front of someone else. Friday night, we were out for drinks with Claire's sister and her fiancé. We were trying to be normal again. Claire was picking at her fries. I was nursing a beer that had gone warm 20 minutes ago. Somehow, the conversation turned to camping. "You guys still going out to the woods every other weekend?" her sister asked, smiling. Claire looked at me, then back at her. "Not lately." "Oh, you gotta come out with us sometime," the fiancé said. "We just found a spot up near Westfield, real quiet. No cell towers, no one for miles." Claire didn't even blink. That's kind of the problem. And before I could steer it somewhere else, she started talking about Pinebrook, the van, the missing kid, everything. Her sister's fiancé chuckled halfway through. Not a mocking laugh, more like polite confusion. "You mean like an urban legend?" Claire stared at him. "We saw the backpack. It was burned. Someone buried it." He tried to recover, raising his hands. "No, I believe you saw something. It's just..." He glanced at me. "Come on. You don't really think someone's driving around national parks stealing people in a creepy van and no one notices?" "I didn't either," I said quietly, "until it happened." The mood tanked after that. We didn't stay much longer. When we got home, Claire didn't even take her shoes off. She went straight to the kitchen and started pulling out boxes, the ones we hadn't touched since we moved in. Old photos, receipts, printouts from earlier research. I followed her in. "What are we doing?" She paused, one hand in the box. "If the cops won't investigate it, we need to," she said. "Claire, we're not detectives. We're barely functioning adults." She pulled something out and held it up. A Pinebrook trail map. Marked in red was our site 23, then 21, where the van had been, and about a half-mile west, a sharp X. "What's that?" She tapped it. "Where I think the van came from. There's no road on the map, but when we were hiking, remember that overgrown path? It looked like tire ruts, just faint." I did remember. She grabbed her phone and pulled up satellite view. There it was, barely visible, but a dirt stretch curling off the main road, vanishing into the tree line. "I think there's something back there," she said. "A shed, a cabin, something they use." I stared at her. "You want to go back?" "Not want," she said, "but yeah." I didn't say anything right away. But I felt it too, that tension that doesn't let go of your spine, the one that says you've seen something you weren't supposed to, and if you walk away now, you'll never know how deep the hole goes. We planned it that night. One day, in and out. No camping, no wandering, just enough to find out if we were crazy or not. We left Saturday at sunrise. No bags, just flashlights, gloves, and a portable scanner Claire borrowed from a coworker who used it for geocaching. It was supposed to pick up metal or signs of tampering in the ground. We weren't sure it'd help, but it made us feel like we had a purpose. We parked a mile from Pine Brook's main entrance, walked the rest of the way through a back trail. The weather was cold, dry. The kind that made your breath visible and your fingers go numb by the time you'd zipped your coat. When we got to Lot 23, everything was as we'd left it. Empty. We didn't stop. We followed the trail for about 10 minutes before Claire spotted the turnoff. The ruts were there. Faint, overgrown with brush and moss, but there. She looked at me, then started walking. We didn't talk much after that. The path curved sharply left, then widened into a shallow clearing. And there it was. A van. Not the van, at least not visibly the same. This one had been there for a while, covered in pine needles and rust, tires deflated, back doors sealed shut with what looked like an old bike chain. Claire walked around it once, slowly. She tapped the scanner near the base of the back doors. It chirped. Then she scanned the ground nearby. Another ping. She dropped to her knees and started brushing away the leaves. And there, buried in a shallow impression in the dirt, was another fire pit, long dead, but inside it half-melted toys, a phone case, what looked like the edge of a shoe. Children's sighs. Claire stood up, hands shaking. This wasn't just one person, she said. I felt something then. Not fear. Something worse. Like we were too close to something we had no business finding. Like the trees around us were suddenly listening. And maybe, just maybe, the van we saw hadn't ever really left. We didn't speak on the walk back, not at first. Claire had her phone out, snapping photos of the van, the fire pit, even the tire ruts in the dirt. She moved with this steady, determined calm I hadn't seen in her since the day after the original trip. Like the second she knelt down and uncovered that fire pit, something inside her clicked into place. Not fear, not panic, just clarity. Me? I kept looking over my shoulder. There was this feeling I couldn't shake, like we weren't supposed to have found any of it. That we'd wandered somewhere we weren't meant to go, and now the forest had noticed. Not in a supernatural way. Just eyes, people, watching, waiting. We got back to the main trail around noon. Still no signs of rangers, no other hikers, no campers, and no van in Lot 21. Either the spot it had been parked at a week earlier. It was all too quiet. When we reached the car, Claire slid into the passenger seat without saying a word and started uploading the photos to a cloud folder, marking each one by timestamp and GPS data. She'd been using an offline mapping app that logged everything. She was methodical like that. The kind of person who highlighted books and kept receipts. I didn't start the car yet. Instead, I sat there gripping the steering wheel, staring through the windshield at the same trees we'd stared at the first time we pulled in. "We're not done, are we?" I asked. Claire didn't look up, not even close. When we got home, she contacted the families. She didn't tell me right away, just started sending messages through social media, carefully worded and direct. She said if she were them, she'd want to know. That maybe they'd been waiting for someone to say, "Hey, I saw something," even if it didn't change the outcome. I watched from the hallway while she typed. Her shoulders were tense, focused. I knew better than to interrupt. 2 responded that night. One thanked her, said the police had stopped updating them months ago. The other asked for copies of the photos. The 3rd reply came the next day, different tone, nervous, almost like they were afraid to say too much over a direct message. Claire read it out loud. "We saw the same van when our son went missing. No one believed us. It was in the parking lot that day, windows blacked out. My husband tried to take a photo, but the driver sped off. No plates." She paused, then whispered the next part. "They come back." We went to the police. It felt ridiculous, walking into a station with printed screenshots and trail maps. We expected rolled eyes, maybe even a polite "we'll look into it" before getting brushed off. But what we got was worse. The officer at the front desk barely let us finish before holding up his hand. "You're not the first," he said. Claire and I exchanged a look. He leaned forward. "You think this is the first time someone's come in here with stories about that forest? People talk. People come in shaking, pale, saying they saw something. But no one brings proof." Claire slid the stack of photos across the desk. He glanced at them, mouth twitching like he didn't want to admit he was interested. "What do you want us to do with this?" "Investigate," Claire said flatly. "Go to the site, check the van. That pit had children's items in it." He tapped the stack once, then exhaled. "I'll pass it along," he said, "but off the record, this kind of thing doesn't go anywhere, not unless it's happening in someone's backyard or goes viral. And even then, it gets buried fast." Claire's jaw tightened. "Why?" He hesitated, then said something that stuck with me more than anything else. "Because it's cleaner to pretend these people never existed than to admit we lost them." That night, I couldn't sit still. Claire was organizing her files again, posting in online forums under an alias, tagging news outlets, even starting a private thread to compile other stories. Meanwhile, I was pacing. Every time I passed the living room window, I checked the street. Nothing. But I kept checking anyway. Finally, around 2 a.m., I stepped outside. No sounds, no cars. The kind of silence you only hear right before something breaks it. I walked to the curb and stood there, looking up and down the road. And that's when I saw it. Headlights, far end of the block, just sitting there, not moving. I narrowed my eyes. White. I walked back inside without saying anything to Claire. The lights were gone by the time I looked out the window again. The next morning there was an envelope on our doorstep. No name, no return address. Just a single photo inside. It was us. Me and Claire, from behind, in the woods. Taken from a distance, like through brush. I stared at it for a long time before flipping it over. On the back, written in tiny black ink, were the words, "You're looking too hard." Claire stood behind me, reading over my shoulder. She didn't speak, just reached out, took the photo, and placed it inside her folder. Then she locked the deadbolt on the front door and pulled the curtains shut. We stopped going out much after that. Groceries were done late at night, no more hikes, no more back roads. If we didn't have to be somewhere, we weren't. Claire set up a camera at the front door, then the back, then 2 more for the windows. We changed our route to work, changed our phones, changed passwords. But still, once, while taking the trash out, I found a cigarette butt tucked under the edge of our doormat. We don't smoke. Another time, Claire swore someone had gone through her car, nothing missing, just the glove box left open. Whatever this was, whoever they were, they wanted us to know they were close. But they also wanted us to stop. Weeks passed. The police never followed up. None of the forums responded to Claire's thread. One of the families we spoke to deleted their social media altogether. It was like someone had hit a reset button on the whole thing, scrubbing it clean, pretending it never happened. I wanted to stop thinking about it, wanted to pretend we'd just imagined the worst. But late one night, I walked out to the porch and sat in the dark. No phone, no flashlight. Just me and the quiet. And after a few minutes, I realized something that chilled me more than the photo, more than the fire pit, more than the officer's warning. The forest wasn't following us. We were still in it. It was about 3 in the morning when I woke up to the sound of Claire moving around in the kitchen. She wasn't trying to be quiet, but she also wasn't loud. Cabinet doors opened slowly, closed gently. Drawers sliding open in little bursts. I laid there listening for a minute before calling out. "What are you doing?" She didn't answer at first. Then I heard the fridge open and close, followed by the rustle of paper, maybe foil, maybe something in a bag. I sat up. "Claire?" She came into the room a second later, hair a mess, eyes wide but unfocused, like she hadn't slept at all, like she hadn't stopped moving long enough to try. She held something in her hand, a printout. "There's another one," she said. It took me a second to process. Another what? Post, same van, same area, just uploaded 20 minutes ago. I took it from her. It was a screenshot of a Facebook post from someone named Greg L. The photo was blurry, taken through a window, probably a moving car, but unmistakable. The van was there, white, windowless, same size. No plates, parked along a fire road on the edge of Pine Brook. The caption was short. "Saw this van parked near Trailhead 9, no one inside, creeped me out, left fast." I handed it back to her. "This is recent." "Yeah, and guess what?" she said, turning back toward her laptop. "That trailhead wasn't even open last time we were there. It was blocked off for maintenance." I pulled the blanket around my shoulders and followed her. On the screen, she had a map open, side by side with satellite view. There was the trailhead deep on the northwest edge of the park, just past a bend in the river trail. According to Claire, It had been closed due to flooding over the summer. They reopened it last week, she said, quietly, no announcement, just removed the barriers. And that's where it showed up. She nodded. We stared at the screen together. Then she clicked to another tab, one I hadn't seen before. It was a shared spreadsheet. Names, dates, locations, notes. You made a list, I said quietly. I've been keeping track of everything, every mention, every story. It's always near a trailhead, always off-season, always no plates. I scrolled through the entries. There were over 30. This is more than I thought, I said. It's more than anyone thinks, she replied, because no one's putting the pieces together. By sunrise, we'd decided. We were going back. Not to hike, not to camp, not even to wander near the sites we'd been to before. Just to watch. To sit near Trailhead 9 with a camera and a pair of binoculars and see what showed up. Maybe we'd catch a license plate, maybe a face, maybe nothing. But we had to go. We left that afternoon. Claire packed like she was prepping for a stakeout, camera batteries, snacks, extra SD cards. She'd even borrowed a long-lens DSLR from her coworker for wildlife photography, which wasn't technically a lie. I drove. The closer we got, the quieter it became inside the car. No music. Just the occasional highway noise and the soft sound of Claire flipping through her notes again, double-checking details she already knew by heart. We parked half a mile from the trailhead, near a stretch of road that curved around a ridge and offered a clear view of the lot. There were no other cars. Just a wide gravel loop, half covered in leaves. Claire set up the camera in the back seat, pointing through the windshield. I kept my eyes on the trail entrance. We waited. An hour passed. Then 2. Still nothing. Claire tapped her pen against the armrest. This is how it always happens, she said. They don't come when you're watching. They came before, I said. Because we weren't looking. The sun dipped lower behind the trees. The air got colder. I turned on the car heater for a few minutes, trying not to fog up the windows. Then, just as the sky started to go gray, Claire leaned forward. There. I followed her gaze. The van. Coming from the north, slow and deliberate, like it wasn't in a hurry. No headlights, no markings, just white metal against the fall colors. It turned into the lot, rolled halfway through, then backed into a spot with the rear facing the tree line. From our distance, we couldn't see inside, couldn't make out the driver. But the camera caught it all. Claire clicked the shutter, then again and again, until the van disappeared behind the tree cover. We waited another hour. No one got out. No one got in. It just sat there. And then just like that, it pulled out and drove off. Back the way it came. Gone. Claire leaned back in her seat and let out a breath she'd been holding for way too long. We got it, she said. That's the van. I nodded. Now what? She turned toward me, eyes locked on mine. Now we find out where it goes. We followed at a distance, just enough to keep it in view without drawing attention. It turned onto a fire road unmarked, then kept going. Eventually, it led to another clearing, Not the one we'd found last time. A different spot. More remote. There were signs of a campsite, old fire ring, patches of disturbed dirt, and a tarp. Folded. Stained. Claire took more photos. Then she crouched and pulled something from the leaves. A shoe. Kid's size again. She didn't speak. Neither did I. Just then, a sound faint but unmistakable. A snap. A branch. We turned together. In the shadows of the trees, just past the tarp, someone was standing. Watching. Not moving, not speaking. Just there. Claire grabbed my arm, and we backed away slowly, keeping our eyes forward, not turning our backs. When we finally got to the car, I fumbled the keys, hands shaking. We drove. Fast. Didn't stop until we hit pavement again. Claire's hands were clenched white around the camera. "We're not making this up," she said. "I know. And if we are..." She trailed off. We didn't finish that sentence. It was almost a month before we went back. Not because we wanted to, not even because we thought we'd be safer, but because something changed, something that didn't make sense and wouldn't leave us alone. It started with Claire's phone. She kept all the evidence we'd gathered stored on the cloud. Every photo, every screenshot, even audio recordings of conversations we'd had about it. She backed them up twice, one local, one online. The folder was titled something vague, so it wouldn't stand out. But one morning, while doing routine checks, she noticed it was gone. Not corrupted, not deleted by accident, gone. The physical hard drive wouldn't open. The files showed empty, like they'd never been there. When she went to log into the cloud backup, the account had been locked due to unusual activity. When she finally got back in, the folder was there, but every single file had been replaced with a blank image named 404 JPG. That was when we knew. It wasn't just the van. It was whoever was behind it, watching, scrubbing, closing every door we opened. So we made a decision. We'd go back to the woods. One last time. Not to chase the van, not to get revenge, but to bury it all, the fear, the obsession, in something solid. Proof that wouldn't vanish with a power outage. We bought a disposable film camera. No GPS, no connection. We'd photograph what we could and leave the prints in a safe deposit box under Claire's cousin's name. She didn't even know we were doing it. That was the point. If anything happened to us, if everything got wiped again, the truth would still exist somewhere else. We returned on a Tuesday. Middle of the day, overcast skies, just enough cloud cover to keep most hikers away. We parked in the same lot as before, only this time we didn't go near our old site. We followed the overgrown trail again, the same one that led to the abandoned van, the shallow fire pit, and whatever else had been half buried in that forgotten stretch of forest. But the van was gone. Not just gone, erased. No rust stains on the ground, no tire ruts. The grass had grown back where we'd walked just weeks earlier, like nothing had been there in years. The fire pit was gone too, covered, smoothed out. Someone or something had been through. Maybe it was never there, I whispered, already knowing that wasn't true. Claire didn't reply. She took out the film camera and snapped a photo anyway, of the clearing, of the tree line, of the spot where we remembered it all happening. Even if we can't prove what it was, she said, her voice steady, we can prove something was here. We hiked deeper, following instinct more than map. Claire noticed at first the smell. Rotting wood, wet metal, something sour underneath it all. It led us to a shed. Not big, just enough for 1 or 2 people to stand in, half covered in moss, almost hidden beneath a fallen pine. The door was locked with a rusted padlock. I checked the edges, gave the handle a pull. It didn't budge. Claire raised the camera again. Just as she clicked the shutter, something moved behind us. I turned. Nothing. No footsteps, no birds, not even the usual hum of bugs. It was the kind of silence you feel, not hear. Claire whispered, "Let's go." And we did. We didn't run. We walked, slow and even, never looking back. Because deep down, we both knew if we turned around, we wouldn't be alone. We drove straight from Pinebrook to the photo lab. We paid in cash, using fake names we'd joked about years ago, inside jokes that suddenly didn't feel funny anymore. The technician said the prints would be ready in 24 hours. We didn't sleep that night, not out of fear, just this tight humming alertness that never dipped low enough to allow rest. The next day, the photos were ready. They were clear, unaltered, tangible. The clearing, the trees, the shed. A few of them showed faint impressions in the grass, like something heavy had once sat there. Claire sorted the photos carefully, choosing half to go into the deposit box, the rest to be stored at her aunt's house in a locked filing cabinet buried behind decades of old tax paperwork. We didn't post them. We didn't try to contact journalists. Not again. Instead, we made peace with something harder. We'd carry this story. Just us. Just the truth we knew, without proof, the world would accept. And that was enough. It had to be. The next week we moved. Not far, just out of the city and into a quieter part of the county where the neighbors didn't ask questions and the nights didn't echo quite as loud. We didn't talk about Pinebrook much after that. We went back to work, went out sometimes, laughed when we could, though the laughter always felt a little thinner than before. But we were okay. Changed, yeah, but alive. Some nights, the woods still followed us in our dreams, and once in a while I'd swear I saw a white van parked a few blocks away from our new place. Not every day, just enough to remind me. I never approached it, and it always disappeared by morning. A year later, we got a letter. No return address, no stamp. Inside was a photograph. It was us, standing outside the shed. Same moment Claire had taken the picture. Only this one had been taken from behind, at an angle neither of us could have captured. No note, no signature, just the photo. We didn't panic, we didn't scream. Claire placed the photo in a sealed envelope and added it to the box in the deposit vault. No one else would understand what it meant. But we did. They were done chasing us, because we had stopped chasing them. We never went back to Pine Brook. And maybe that's what kept us safe. Some doors, once opened, don't close easily. Some forests remember your footsteps no matter how lightly you tread. But if there's one thing we learned, it's this. When you see a van with no plates, curtains drawn tight, parked where it shouldn't be, don't look for the driver. Don't wait for the lights. Don't try to find the story behind it. Just leave. Because the moment you start asking questions, you're already part of the answer. It all came to a head because of a typo. Claire was reviewing her notes, something she'd done probably 100 times by now, and realized she'd miswritten one of the trail cam coordinates. She pulled up the satellite view again and zoomed in farther than she had before. The path didn't just lead to that abandoned van in the woods. There was something else. A clearing deeper in, about 30 yards beyond the van site, barely visible from the angle we'd approached it from the first time, but it was there, flat ground, something buried beneath the brush. Maybe a structure, or the remains of one. We had a choice, leave it alone, or go back one last time. We went. Not out of obsession, out of necessity. Because the next time might not come with a warning, and we were done waiting for permission. We told no one. Left our phones at home, wrote a note with the GPS coordinates and left it in the glove box of my car, in case something happened. Paranoia? Maybe, but we'd earned that. It took us 2 hours of hiking to reach the clearing. The terrain was harder than before. Roots, dense brambles, overgrowth thick enough that Claire had to pull her scarf over her mouth just to keep the debris out. And then the trees broke. And we saw it. It wasn't a cabin or shack. It was a pit. Roughly the size of a single car, dug into the earth and partially collapsed on one side. On the other, thin metal rods jutted out, maybe the foundation of something old, maybe just rebar. There were signs of past fire, same as before. Scorched dirt, blackened stone, charred metal scraps. Claire was the first to move. She knelt near the edge and started digging gently with her gloves. After maybe 10 minutes, her hand hit something hard. Not stone, not wood, plastic. She unearthed it slowly, a lid to a storage bin, melted slightly but still intact. Inside were fragments of clothing, strips of faded fabric, a pair of small shoes, a Ziploc bag with a photo half curled inside, a girl in a school uniform smiling awkwardly at the camera. I didn't recognize her. Claire did. She was in one of the posts, she said, a year ago, Virginia, not even from this state. We both sat back, quiet. There was no longer any question. This wasn't isolated. This wasn't one person or one van. It was a system. A rotating method, a trap that moved through parks and forests like a drifting shadow, not staying long enough to leave proof, just long enough to take. And they were counting on no one looking too closely. We brought everything we found to the authorities. But this time we didn't go local. We went federal. Claire sent a packet directly to the FBI, not the general tip line, but an actual agent she tracked down from a national task force on missing persons. She included everything: photos, coordinates, timelines, even the map overlays. Then we waited. And for the first time in months, someone responded. They showed up 2 weeks later. 2 unmarked sedans, federal IDs, real agents. They asked a lot of questions about the van, about the clearing, about how we'd gotten involved. They took our original folder, scanned our trail maps, and asked us not to speak to media just yet. Claire asked them point blank, "Is this part of something bigger?" The older agent, the one who hadn't said much until then, looked at us for a long moment. "There's more like you," he said finally. "People who got too close to something they were never supposed to see. Some vanish, some get scared and shut up, but every once in a while someone brings us enough to open the door." That was it. He didn't elaborate. They left, and we haven't heard from them since. Weeks passed, then months. The missing posters didn't disappear, but some of the families started getting updates. Quiet ones, no details, just acknowledgments that new information had come in. We were never named. Not officially, but I think they knew. And we didn't need credit. We just wanted it to stop. Claire changed after that. Not in a bad way. She just softened. The constant tension left her shoulders. The folder stayed on a shelf, untouched now. She didn't check the curtains every hour anymore. We still don't camp. Probably never will again. The gear is long gone. But we take walks. We drive the coast. We breathe better. As for me, sometimes I still dream about the van. Not in a terrifying way, more like a memory that lingers in the walls of your mind, something half forgotten that comes back in flashes. A sound of branches cracking too close. A car with no plates parked one space over. A shadow watching from the tree line, waiting to see if you notice. But then I wake up, and I check the locks, and I look out the window, and there's nothing there, because they're not following us anymore. We looked back, and they don't like being seen.